How you going and welcome to Valheim. It's that peaceful Viking survival game where everything wants you dead. Oh my god, I rolled at the perfect time then. I thought I was dead. And I'm taking on the hardcore challenge, which means no map, no portals, and only one life. So let's see how long I can survive before a tree, a troll, or let's face it, my own stupidity will kill me. Whoa! Now, after giving our character an appropriate name, creating and setting the difficulty to our new world, I dropped in. All right, hardcore, and we have one life. Iron Man mode, permadeath, that's it. After getting flown in by an oversized pigeon, I was dropped where I immediately picked a fight with a tree. Now, after winning said fight, I was rewarded with some much needed wood. I began collecting rocks, wood, and mushrooms before chasing after a greyling who was running for his life.
Where you running, boy? Where you running?
I ended his career shortly. I continued to gather any resources I could while also being mindful of where I was, as getting lost was going to be pretty easy. You see, we're spoilt for choice with large game maps. Skyrim, for example, was a nice 37 kilometers square map. And then you take a game like Witcher 3, which has a whopping 136 kilometers squared. Valheim is a little bit bigger at 314 kilometers squared. So yeah, I'm going to be spending a lot of time being lost in this challenge without a map. Unfortunately, there's a few ways to navigate in Valheim without a map, which I'll touch on later. For now, I'm busy crafting a build hammer and collecting resources that I'm going to need later. And with a stone axe created, I'm able to start killing boars for scrap leather. Wood's also easier to collect as well. I began running around searching destroyed houses for any loots or queen bees that I can collect. While I was doing that, surprise, I got lost, which isn't going to be the first time that happens.
Okay, I think I'm lost. I don't remember which way I ran.
Unfortunately, I found my way back to spawn where I decided to repurpose a destroyed house as my new base.
Oh, okay, good. All right. I genuinely thought I was lost. That would have been bad. Okay. I'm just gonna find a spot to build. All right, I'm gonna commandeer this house just for now.
And clearing out shrubs and cutting down trees to get the resources I needed to build a workbench, and then began rebuilding the destroyed house itself.
Alrighty. Is that everything? Oh no, I forgot the floor. So
eventually the house was rebuilt, the bed was placed, campfire set up, which would be a good home for this challenge. The next day, I crafted a flint axe and I set off to thin out the neck population. Finding some more boars and collect some more resources so that I could build some storage and craft a bow to make deer hunting easier. I declared war on the deers and began hunting down every last one I could find.
okay, let's hunt some more animals.
I also crafted a shield and a leather shirt, but no pants, because I knew to strike fear into the hearts of everything on this island, a Viking with no pants chasing after them would probably do it.
We have a leather shirt now. Still running around with no pants though.
Oh, and I crafted a hoe and did some landscaping and upgraded the workbench. While running around on my one-man war, I came upon an Ecthir spawner, which is when I realized I was lost again.
Okay. I don't actually know where I am. I'm gonna run this way.
Now, it's fine and all telling you where I am and what I'm doing, but it doesn't really show the bigger picture. Normally I'd just show you on the map, but we don't really have one. So instead, using my massive intellect of 12 IQ, I came up with this genius idea of drawing a map in paint for you. So here you go. We spawned here, our house is here. I've explored in this general area, and this is where Ecthir spawner was. Don't judge my drawing, I didn't finish school. After eventually finding my way back to our base, I built an elegantly designed arrow pointing in the direction of where Ecthir is. Also, as I know some of you will comment, I do know if you click on the boss runestones, the camera will point in the direction of where the boss is located. I may or may not have remembered this later on depending on if we live that far. Comment how far you think I'll make it in this challenge. And if I die, where do I die? Anyway, I finally made some pants, which made sprinting a lot more comfortable and made the nearby Greylings happier. I also made some new weapons too, like a flint spear and knife. I did some cooking of the meat I had collected and then went back to committing hate crimes on the local boars and deers. I got a jump scare from a skeleton who almost sent me back to the lobby with his first hit. After which I rolled around and ended his career with my wooden club. Because nothing is stronger than my wood.
Woo! I just sweat. I was sweating. Far out. They hit me once and I was like, nah, I'm cooked.
I managed to find some queen bees, which I collected to bring back home to make honey, which I realize is weird after talking about my wood. But anyway, as well as finding another Ecthir spawner, which is right here on the map. Also, this map isn't to scale, it's a best guess really, so if it gets all wonky and you don't like it, feel free to hit a thumbs up on the video in protest to really let me know. That'll show me.
Oh, Ecthir's over here as well.
Now with the new spawner found, I hit end task with my old arrow and immediately forgot about where it was. After another big hunt, I returned with all the resources I needed. So I added an expansion to the house and upgraded the workbench further. I also crafted a leather helmet and did some upgrades on my gear, after which I talked mad smack about fighting the first boss.
All right, cool. So I got full leather gear now and I've upgraded my bow. Still need to get a cape and then upgrade the armor and some more weapons. And then Ecthir, you're cooked.
Dining in the next day, I immediately knifed a grayling and then began clearing out all the nearby trees to my house for wood, where I only had one slight mistake.
Oh. All right, I need to be more careful when cutting down trees.
Actually, no, I had another one as well, which I forgot about.
Oh. My life flashed before my eyes. What?
After receiving a strongly worded letter from Greenpeace for clearing out the trees, I decided to hang up my axe as I had plenty of wood for anything I would want to build. For now. And after admiring my expert archery while hunting some more deer and boars for my final upgrades and to continue the trend,
Shot.
I got lost again, where I found another Ecthir spawner. Right here, actually.
But where am I? Oh, this is going to become a recurring trend where I'm lost. A lot.
I also discovered some black forest while exploring my island up here. Eventually, after running around in what seemed like circles, I found home again, which was easier due to the tree clearing.
Oh, this home. Clearing out the trees helped. And find home a lot easier. Alright, I need more bones. Yeah, I only got 2. Alright.
Before taking on Ecthir, I had a couple more upgrades to do, and I needed some bones.
What? Dude, it's like in a movie where you run out and somehow do a circle. I literally just... How did I do that?
So I went and picked a fight with any skeleton I could find in the Black Forest because I'm stupid, as I immediately walked into the middle of a war between skeletons and grey dwarfs.
Oh. Let's see if I can take him out. Oh yeah. Oh. I just copped an arrow straight to the face. Okay. I survived, so that's alright. Alright, buddy. I'll save you, don't worry. Alright, I hear something fighting. Oh, there is something fighting.
But of course, because I am him, I made quick work of both sides and continued to take on more of the bony boys in the forest.
There you go. Ooh. Oh dear. Ow. Piece of cake. I just made a mistake at the beginning.
In my infinite wisdom, however, I went further into the Black Forest where I ran into a troll making weird grunting sounds.
Right, this is quite dangerous, but I'm here now. Ooh. Yeah, I don't want to go near that troll.
And this is where I quickly turned around and ran the other way, as I'm dumb enough to fight skeletons with bows and knives, but I'm not so dumb that I would try and fight a troll. I checked some dolmens in the meadows and found some more bones under them as well. I also found the sea on both sides of my island and another black forest to the south, filling out the immediate surrounding of my base.
Oh, I've been spotted. All right. Home sweet home.
After returning home, I made a cape and upgraded the last bits of my gear. I also built what was going to be a bee farm on a platform which I immediately hated, which I then knocked down to instead build a simple fence encompassing my queens.
And they should all be happy. They are, sweet. Perfect.
After a quick craft of a few fire arrows, I set off for the lightning sneezing deer.
All right. Let's go fight a big deer.
I set off for Ecthir, where I immediately turned around and went home to grab some wood and stone for the fight. After I got that, I returned to the spawner to explain my strategy before summoning the big guy in.
Basically, I'm going to chip a lot of his health with campfires. If you don't know, you can actually damage Ecthir and pretty much every boss with a campfire. Almost every boss. If you're curious on that, I have done a video. I'll put it up on screen where I beat the entire game using only what I can craft in the building menu. Basically, I was Bob the Builder. Alrighty, Ecthir, you're cooked, buddy.
Now the fight is actually pretty simple. He runs around and shoots lightning at you like an electric shotgun. Or he gets up close and personal and does a giant lightning explosion like he's Thor from Avengers or something. Simply avoid the hits as best you can while also placing campfires up close and shooting arrows from afar. He gets beaten pretty quick.
Alright. You want to chill out over there? Where are you going? Where's he going? Did I break X here? Uh oh. That's it. Stand on the fire. Is it me or have they changed the audio? Is it me or have they changed his audio? All right, we're almost done. Don't worry. I'll end it for you. That was I wasn't as bad as I was expecting. I mean, it's only the first boss, so yeah, wasn't going to be that difficult. But yeah, I mean, he's the first boss, so he's not really going to be that difficult. All right, Oh, there's a little tree. All right, cool. Let's run back and put the trophy on the wall.
Heading back to the boss stones, I fought off a quick assassination from a Greater Dwarf and then mounted the Ecthir trophy.
Wait, hey. Dude was waiting for me. Did you see that he came out from behind the thing like Yo, I've been waiting for you. That's just rude. Anyway, I was going to say that's one boss down now. We got a long way to go though before this this challenge is done. But hardcore playthrough with permadeath, no map, no portals. We got one boss done at least. To the Treebeard of Valheim, the Elder. Alright, let's get some sleep and then we'll head into the burial chambers. We'll do burial chambers first. No, actually. I want a stag breaker. Let's get some sleep.
Now we are back at the house making some pickaxes and wanting to craft a stag breaker to clear out the buried crypts in the Black Forest easier. Now to make a stag breaker, we need core wood, deer trophies, and leather scraps. So after the storm ended, I headed south to collect some core wood from the Black Forest. Perfect. After hitting end task on a few pine trees, I got jumped by the local Grey Dwarf gang, which I dealt with no issue and definitely didn't have a close call to death. Oh no, the Scooby gang's coming up. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Snipe. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed again. All right, this is not. Oh. Alright, just you and me, one star. Okay, it's about to be just you. Alright, come on. Okay, it's not. Yep. It's my first major challenge, which is weird considering I just fought a boss. We won though. I was stressed. I thought I was going to die there for a second. After I collected a bunch of core wood, I heard a troll walking in my direction. So, I bravely run the other way. That's a troll. While running back, I jinxed myself thinking I knew where I was going. Alright, sweet. Yeah, I know where we are. I didn't. Where is this? Where am I? I do not know where I am. It's not good. I ended up spending the rest of the night lost and running around looking for my base. All right, so given that the moon's there and the trees are over there and there, that's east, that's west. So I'm running north at the moment. Eventually, I stumbled past the Ecthir spawner, which I was able to find my way home from there. Oh, there's Ecthir. Okay, so we're... This is the one that we fought at, so we're over this way. Oh, it's good to be back. With my new core wood in hand, which sounds really weird, I crafted myself the stag breaker and then pasted another beehive since I found a queen through the night. Yeah, still happy? Yeah, they're still happy. All right. As prepared as I could be, I headed back to the North Black Forest to take on some buried crypts while testing the stag breaker on the way. Oh. After arriving, I was jump scared by a 1-star Grey Dwarf, who in turn was jumped by skeletons. Oh my... Okay, there's a buried crypt. I'll let the... Yes, skeletons, fight.
Yes. Yes. No.
I let them fight it out before hammering the skellies into a pile of bones and then headed into a burial crypt, where I immediately put the stag breaker to good use. Lovely, lovely. Oh, lovely. 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 Where'd the inner British come out? Now, the stag breaker makes burial crypts way easier since it is an area of effect weapon and you can hit things through walls and doors, which is what I then proceeded to do for the next few hours while collecting bones, treasure, and surtling cores, and then heading home to drop off loot and repair or upgrade equipment. He's gonna have a shock. Sorry. Ooh. Yes. All right, we're on 2 now. Okay, sun's going down. We're heading home. We'll do some upgrades. Sleep through the night. I'm not going to be in the Black Forest at night time. Bonk. Oh, there's tin here. All right, good to know. We've got tin north and we have copper south. I mean, there'll be copper up here as well, but you know, it's good to know. Yep. Let's head north. Did I get the queen? I got the queen. All of this was going pretty well with only a couple of close calls. Alright. What's up, buddy? 1 star, no worries. Okay, yeah, definitely worries. Grey Dwarf, help. Grey Dwarf. That's it. Yes. Buddy had less HP and still won. Okay, let's see what we got in here. Okay, that went a lot. Oh, that went a lot better than what the hell was that? That went a lot better than I thought I was going to. 3 of them. 4. Good thing I didn't open the door. Hey dude, want to see something cool? Hello? Oh. But after raiding a few crypts, I returned home, built a charcoal kiln to start getting a supply of coal going, and building more beehives. The beehives are important. With the kiln cooking, I returned to crypts for more surtling cores, while also running back and forth to store coal and add more wood. Skeletons down there. Damn, alright, we got Surtling Core Central. Look. Oh. Oh, there we go. Hey man, don't hate the player, hate the game. Alrighty. That was really good. There's 8 Surtling Cores from that one. Did I get it? Yeah, oh. Hello? Alright. Why do you go? Where to walk away? Eventually, after I cleared out every crypt on the island, as well as exploring it further, I decided to move on to the next resource to collect, which was tin. Now, I'm not really going to dress this up for you. I just kept running along rivers and coastlines, mining and collecting a stupid amount of tin, while also cooking more wood in the kiln. I did end up getting sick of running around and getting lost, so I actually built a path with my hoe to the nearest black forest to make traveling back and forth for resources easier. I then used 100% of my brain to kill a 1-star brute and a troll. Holy! I was not expecting a brute to be in here. And it's a 1-star. That's awesome. All right. Oops. Oh, we're going for a safe method of killing him. He's a 1-star. I ain't messing with a 1-star. There we go. I also found the boss runestone for the Elder. Now you may be wondering at this point, gee, Brandon, how do you find where the bosses are? Well, get ready for edumacation time. See, if you click E on the boss runestone and don't touch the mouse, the camera will pan in the direction of where the boss is located. And voila, you now know the direction of where the boss is. You don't know how far he is, you just know he's in that direction. But anyway, camera's pointing in the direction. So knowing that that's south, that means he's like northeast-ish from where we are right now. So good to know for later on when we're looking for him. Where'd that troll go? Anyway, I continued to hunt down trolls as I decided I wanted to use troll armor for the Black Forest. Come on, keep coming. Oh, he's half HP. That's good. Because we need to take out a few trolls so that I can get the armor that I want. All right, it's a crit. He keeps like losing aggro, so I'll take it. Oh, he juked me. Oof. Nice. I also collected tin and of course cooked more wood in the kiln and making more paths as well as having a few more close calls. Oh my god, I rolled at the perfect time then. I thought I was dead. That was a close call. Oh, I'm out of fire arrows. That's good. Bro's got cheeks, man. Eventually, I had collected enough tin to satisfy my resource addiction. Unfortunately, however, I still needed copper. So I headed south, built an outpost to store resources and repair equipment. Alright. Now can we go to sleep? We can. Before I could start, however, I had the local grey dwarf population try and evict me. Oh, the Scooby Gang wants some smoke. Come on. After dealing with said grey dwarfs, I proceeded to spend the next 8 hours of my life collecting copper. So for your and my benefit, I'm going to summarize what happened. First, I would level the ground around the copper node. Next, I would use the pickaxe to mine around the copper node and underneath it to expose the entirety of the node. And during that process, you may have trolls come and check in on your progress. Or the local grey dwarfs bully you. Oh, jeez. Buddy's just clocking in for the shift. And once the node is exposed, you can begin mining away at it until you have cleared the entire node, while also collecting all of the copper and ore and stone. Stone's important. And eventually, you will be left with a large hole where a copper node was. Let's go check out our haul. Far out. That took way longer than I thought it would. All right, so we managed to get from that 30, 60, 90, 117. 117, that's not too bad. Now you repeat that process a few more times until you have the required amount of copper to satisfy your resource addiction. All right, let's find another one. Oh, let's transport all that copper, stone, all that kind of stuff back. Let's make a cart. I want a cart. I also made a few trips home with the copper to start smelting it so I can build a cart as well as copper weapons to keep me safer in the Black Forest. Oh, now we wait. Alrighty. Now, I can make a cart. I should make it a bit easier to travel now, at least. Like, transport the resources back. Alrighty, let's get this stuff back. Alright, we are back. Successful haul. Alright, let's see how far we can get this copper. Yeah, definitely need more copper. Wait. It's definitely a lot easier to kill stuff now. Hey, man. I swear, if you throw another rock at me, you're gonna regret it. Alright, that's it. That's it. Get out of here. Are you right? Oh, that's satisfying. Oh. Now with my copper, tin, and coal ready, I returned home to begin the mass smelting process, which is also when I got my first raid of the challenge. Oh, that involved me running around until it timed out and then killing the grey dwarfs who remained. Oh, okay, I very nearly just ended this challenge. And even though it was tricky, it made it a lot easier to deal with. But I was going to need to do something in the future about defenses to avoid raids affecting me in the challenge. Now, there are some pretty easy ways to counter raids, so prepare for the second edumacation time in this video. First, you will need to pick your spot, which I already have. So in my case, I needed to clear out the base and store everything in chests off to the side. Next, you should have an idea or measurement of how large the base will be, while at the same time avoid dying to the very raids you're trying to counter. Again, after that, build the house. Decorations and visual appearances is optional, but recommended. Once that is done, you need to use stone to raise a wall around the base. Now, this is made easier when you've just spent 8 hours of your life mining copper and stone. Once that is done, move your resources back in and label them because you're organized and OCD. After that is done, dig yourself a trench around the base as deep as you can while also continually being raided. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Got a little nervous there, but we're all good. Once the trench surrounds your stone wall, build a way to get in and out, like stairs and a ramp, leaving a small gap so enemies can't run over it and into your base. And you're done. Well, for now. There's definitely more that I may or may not do to the base depending on my future survival, so you'll just have to wait and see, as you definitely shouldn't skip ahead just to see what happens. Seriously though, I need the viewer attention. Oh, and I also added wooden palisades on top of my stone raised wall. Also, when I say stone wall, I just mean elevated ground. I know there is also a stone wall. After my base was secure, I made a farm and planted some carrots. Now, while waiting for the crops to grow and then replanting them, I worked on making the surrounding area nicer, clearing out rocks and trees and building a path all the way to the east, where I then built a small walled harbor for my boats to be stored. I make it seem like it was a really quick thing, but this was hours spent doing all of this. It's just that nothing really exciting happens, and I was mostly watching Netflix while doing it. Alrighty. Perfect. More or less ready to set sail now. Now, with all of my armor and weapons fully crafted and upgraded, food cooked, and ancient seeds ready, I set off in the direction of the Elder. Now, remember earlier when clicking on the boss runestone and it showed us where it was? Well, I went and double checked where to go, so I now know exactly what direction to head in. I just don't know how far I need to go. So all I need to do is sail in the general direction of where the Elder kind of is. Sailing in the direction of where the Elder is was reasonably uneventful and peaceful. I did discover a few islands with more meadows and black forest on them. I also found some swamp on one as well, which will be useful if I can beat the Elder. I'll also update our map for reference. I also want to point out that when sailing, it's reasonably easy to navigate as the giant Yggdrasil tree in the sky stretches east to west. So if you can see it, you can figure out your directions. Apart from the fact that this is like hardcore, insanely difficult, everyone wants to kill me, I don't have a map and I don't know where I am. It's kind of peaceful. Like, not having a map is actually kind of peaceful because I genuinely have no idea where I am. Eventually, I came across a black forest landmass which had the Elder spawner in it. And fortunately, I could see it from the water. Oh. We have an Elder spawner. Alright, we're good. So it didn't take too long to actually find. And given that I can't use portals to teleport back for safety, repairs, or a rested buff, I built a secure outpost which would allow me to do that for the fight. Alright, let's have a look at this spawner. More or less have a base sorted. I then ran around placing down some stake walls that I could use for cover for the fight coming up. Basically, I just spent a lot of time prepping. I should do it. I should be more than enough cover to be able to fight the Elder. And once the prepping was done, I repaired, ate, rested, and then summoned in the Elder. Now for the Elder fight, he has 3 main attacks. The first one is where he stomps in the ground doing an AoE attack that damages anything nearby. The second is where he shoots out some sus looking vines at you out of his arm like he's some kind of tree Spider-Man. And then the third and last attack is where he summons some more sus vines from the ground. Now with a rested buff, good food, potions, palisades, and plenty of fire arrows, he's pretty easy to take down given he's a tree and trees don't like fire. Alright. Everything that I'm going to use is more or less upgraded, so Give it a crack. Fingers crossed this works. Just as planned. Okay. I didn't take the trees into consideration actually. Okay, that's terrifying. Headshot. Oh, that was uncomfortably close. Ah. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Oh. From up here. He's got the same audio track as a troll walking his steps, so it makes me paranoid. Alright, buddy. He's kind of... Oh no, he's moving now. Good, the palisades have like the double up effect of... He kind of gets stuck on them a bit. Oh, that's a bit of a... He was kind of assuming the position. He was presenting. I just beat the Elder without getting hit once by him. Well, alright. I haven't even done that on like a normal playthrough, so... Doing that on a hardcore one, I'm pretty happy. I mean, that's pretty sweet. After a while, I managed to take down the Elder without taking a single hit from him, actually. And to prove I didn't die, here's my skills. How are we looking on the skills now? If I did, everything would be back at 0. I should have done it before and after for this, which I'll do for future bosses, if I survive that long, of course. Now I now have the long journey home, which I sailed east to get here, so I just need to go west now. Anyway, after a long sail back and only a few jump scares from sea serpents, in which I definitely kept my cool and didn't panic. Oh, this new fear unlocked, I crashed into a lot of fire. Oh! I'm leaving. I was just going. I eventually found my way back to the dock, navigating by the Yggdrasil tree in the sky and retracing my steps. After a short but wet run home, I emptied my inventory, dried off, and then mounted the Elder trophy on the trophy hook where it belongs. And just like that, 2 bosses are down with 5 to go. Piece of cake, right? Old mate Bone Mass is up next. Back in the house, I started picking up equipment and resources as I'll be heading over to the swamp location we found when searching for the Elder, which will allow us to get some valuable scrap iron. After a quick run through the rain, I arrived at the dock where the carb was loaded up. I then set off east in the direction of where the swamp is. Now, after an uneventful sail through a storm, the weather cleared, allowing me to sail smoothly through to the swamp. Okay, thank God the rain cleared because I actually had no idea where I was. I would have missed the island completely. Sailed around the island a little bit before finding a small meadow section next to the swamp and black forest biome, which was going to be the perfect spot for an outpost. So I cleared the area and mined some rocks, which attracted some unwanted attention. Oh. Should have known I was going to do that. After dealing with the nosy neighbors, I went back to mining more stone. I then leveled out the small island that I was going to build on. Next, I raised the ground while also mining more stone when needed. I continued this until I had a flat, elevated platform which would keep me safe from the locals. Now, once the platform was filled in, I began building a simple wooden house that I could sleep, store resources, get rested buffs, and repair equipment from. Also, when I say simple, I mean the complete opposite. Well, I only needed to make like a little outpost and end up making like a sick base. But it should be good to be able to go into the swamp now to be able to get... Oh, dear. I want a rug. To be able to go in and get iron scrap, which is good. Anyway, with my simple outpost build, I immediately decided to pick a fight with a bunch of skeletons and draugrs, which was probably the most stressed I've been in this playthrough. Given if I mistimed a roll, I probably would be dead. Oh, dear. Oh. Yep. I'm good, man. I'm good. I then very bravely hid inside my outpost, waiting for it to be safe outside. I also placed a rug. There we go. I then decided to elevate my heart rate once again by going into the swamp finally, in search of some sunken crypts. I really should eat better food. Oh, crypt, perfect. While also taking it slow and carefully, collecting ancient bark and looking around for anything useful. Oh, of course. I also ran into an abomination, which for some reason I thought was a good thing, so I proceeded to shoot it with a ridiculous amount of arrows. So come here, what's your HP on? Oh my god, I've done like no damage. After running around and shooting it for 10 minutes, I eventually took it down. I just rescued that deer. I just saved... Oh, it was a boar, never mind. Oh, it was a deer too. I saved that deer and boar. I'm a hero. Alright. At this point, I was getting too distracted with killing things and decided to finally make a run for a sunken crypt while having everything nearby want to turn me inside out. Oh, bro tried to cut me off. That was unpleasantly close. Fortunately though, I made it inside where I immediately got a jump scare, which I dealt with. Oh. All right. Now the strategy for sunken crypts is much the same as buried crypts, using the stag breaker to hit things through the walls and scrap piles as it has an area of effect to its damage. And that's pretty much what I did for the next few hours. I just cleared out sunken crypts, collected resources, and getting a lot of scrap iron, and having a few close calls. Ow. Oh, I give up. I'm not going through that one. Whoa. I was close. I also found Bone Mass's runestone, which revealed his location, and my solution to remembering where he was is just to build an arrow off my outpost. It may not look good, but hey, it works. All right, so whatever is in that direction. So I think in theory, yeah. There you go. That's where Bone Mass is. So all I need to do is come back here and then head in that direction when I want to go fight Bone Mass. Watch it not take me to Bone Mass. It'll take me somewhere else. All right, let's continue with the iron mining. Sweet. I think this is the last crypt here. I can't see any other ones. After a couple of hours, I had collected a decent amount of scrap iron. However, I'm definitely going to want to get more. But this would be a good start to allow me to craft iron weapons and armor to make it a little easier for me in the swamp. So with my hard-earned scrap iron, I set off for home. And other than watching a skeleton going for a jog underwater, which was kind of creepy. Oh, is that skeleton running under the water? Dude, that is horrifying. It's following me now. Two of them, you can see them. I had a relaxing sail back to our dock without any issue. There you go. Perfect parking. I then emptied the boat and sailed back to our swamp outpost a few times to collect the rest of the loot there, as the swamp biome wasn't actually that large and I had cleared out all of the sunken crypts. I also collected a large amount of ancient bark and guck as well. On my last trip home, I got in a rant about how peaceful sailing was in the game, only to get lost 5 minutes later. This is all nice and peaceful, like sailing. It's like clear skies, you know, no storms, no sea serpents. It's you in the ocean. Like, this is peaceful. Where the hell am I? Have I gone too far? I think I've gone too far north. Fortunately, I figured out I was a little north of where I wanted to be and found my way back to the dock. Then ran back to base, grabbed a cart, returned to the dock, and brought all of the new loot back home. Oh, it's taken a while. After getting all of the loot in the base, I began smelting all of the scrap iron, which took so long I just got up and left. I still don't know where I went. Eventually though, I came back and collected the iron bars, unlocking all of the new items I can craft. I also placed a stone cutter, allowing me to make new stone structures, and then crafted some nails that I'd need for the longship, and made myself some iron weapons and armor. Alright, that's the last thing that I'm going to craft. We now have fully upgraded iron gear. Well, not fully upgraded, like we now have our iron gear. It needs to be upgraded, but that's fine. I'm going to work on the base first though, just while we're here. Because now I can do stone buildings. I'm going to work on the base. So, a wall, some spikes. What the? It was at this moment I found a fish up on my raised wall, which turned out to be a fish that was living in my moat that somehow went full send and jumped all the way up there. Where did you come from? Is fish spawning in? Fish is spawning in here. That's sick. All right. I'm going to chuck him back in. All right, whatever. He'll be all right. Now, as I mentioned before, I placed a stone cutter. Now with that, I can now build some structures. So you know what that means. I'm going to spend the next 11 hours and 32 minutes expanding the base and building new structures and farming. And yes, I really spent that long doing it. And I honestly have no idea how to edit it. So just here's a compilation of it. Let's get to work. Oh. Ah, it's fine. They can't get to me, so. All right, that's the bowl done. Farm sorted. I needed a blacksmith now.
Perfect. Not bad. I just need to build bridges between all the sections. But first, I'm going to swap this from wood to stone. Actually, it looks all right. All right, so that's done. Let's do this staircase down now. Wait, happy with that. Look, it's nothing flashy, all right? It's functional. It'll keep us safe. All right, so that's done. Let's sort out a bridge to where the blacksmith will be. So again, I will need a staircase. All right, there we go. Another staircase done. Look at all the fish, man. Ooh. Trolls. Hey, bro. What's up, man? Bonk. I wonder where the second one went. Usually there's two. At least the trench works. Look, I love the bridge, but it's gotta go. I can't have the bridge and this. Like, it's hurting my brain. I need to build something simpler. I'm just gonna decorate it, but that last building that I was trying to do was hurting my brain trying to figure out how I was going to do that. This just makes so much more sense. Time to trim it off and make it a little bit prettier. Yeah, that'll do. I'll do nicely, I think. Some room up here for some smelters or charcoal furnaces or something. Room over there for more furnaces. And then room over there for more furnaces. I don't know, man. Let's get that stairs in. There we go. There we go. That looks a bit prettier, doesn't it? All right. Path's still there. Grass put back. Spikes on that side. Blacksmith has been built. Looking good. Is that a fish on the wall again? It is a fish on the wall. How do the fish keep getting up here? There we go. Oh, nearly fell. Spikes now ring the entire base. So now wyverns and bats and stuff like that when they come,
will fly up and hit the actual spikes themselves, thus keeping me safe. It's a little bit of extra protection. I'll mimic the same on these sections and on the farm as well at a later point. Don't really need to do that now. All right, forge, workshop. There's still some upgrades that we need to put in, but we'll have a fireplace here, and we'll have another one out here. After an ungodly amount of time building and landscaping, I then ran down to the dock and built myself the longship, which is bigger and faster than my carve. And as the saying goes, bigger is better. And faster means, I don't know, more time to game, I guess. Anyway, I went and did a little more farming before loading up and setting off in the longship in the direction of bone mass. Now, I'm not setting off to fight bone mass. No, I just want more scrap metal. But given that bone mass is in the swamp itself, then this would be the perfect time to build an outpost there and continue the scrap grind. After a quick stop at the previous swamp outpost to sleep through the night and then get my bearings for where bone mass is, since I built the expertly designed arrow pointing in the direction, I set off once again. And after a short while, I hit the land mass that the elder was located on. So given the elder was to the left or north, looking at our map, I then made an estimated guess that bone mass would be to the right or south. So with that logic justified, I kept sailing into a plains biome, which I wanted to keep as far from as possible, as deathsquitos would end my life quicker than you can hit the subscribe button. Don't believe me? Try it for yourselves. Now, after sailing a bit further, I was greeted with a horrifying on-screen message while in the middle of the water, which clearly didn't bother me at all. Anyway, I came upon what was two separate swamp biomes, which I assumed bone mass would likely be on one of them. But not knowing where bone mass's spawner was, or even if it was here, I decided to run around looking for it and fighting everything that I found. Eventually, however, I did fortunately find another boss runestone, which pointed me to his spawner and confirmed it was here. Unfortunately, night fell, and I ain't spending it at the swamp, as wraiths scare the hell out of me. So I bravely ran to the longship and literally waited the entire night out, floating in the sea. Now, in the morning, I realized that my audio wasn't recording for my face cam, which is awesome. So I quickly fixed that. Alright, problem solved. Audio is working. And got started on clearing the area of spawners and working on what would be the outpost for the bone mass fight and this swamp. Now, this took a few hours to do, and once again, I don't really know how to edit it, so here's another compilation. There's a fish. How did the fish get in the boat? Oh. Oh, sniped. Yep. Oh, it's nearly dead. Oh. Oh, I don't like fighting wraiths. Oh, that was unpleasantly close. Before anyone as well, like anyone says, don't build in a tree. Can't damage it. This is an invincible tree. So if trolls spawn, I'm Gucci.
I seriously can't see what's going on. Okay, let's just get some of the floor repaired and move everything up from the boat, and we're good. All right, let us go and grab the last of the stuff from the boat, and we're good. Not pretty, but it's safe, and I'm not putting windows on because I don't want to risk it.
Now with the outpost built, I got back to clearing out sunken crypts and collecting more scrap iron, loot, and treasure. And now with better gear and a strategy that works, should be no problem, right?
Yeah, you want some? Oh, you're stuck. Oh, that's a shame. That's an L, buddy. If only you could get to me. Oh! Yeah, get out of here. Ow. Oh, it's right there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be able to destroy that. Look at this. Look at this. Get out of here. Yes. Dude, these hammers OP, man. Aw.
Where is this guy? He's inside. What?
Hey, man, you stuck? You need me to get you out? Bet. All right, never mind. Hang on. Bet. Oh, it's gonna take a while. Whoa! Yeah, we're good. I think. Oh. I know what you're gonna say. I should have brought poison resistance potions. I agree, I should have. Oh, hey man, what's good? You stuck? Yeah, you're stuck. Dude, there's a lot of crypts here. There's another one there. Another one over there. There's like two over there. There's a ton of crypts around here. I'm gonna get a lot of iron.
During my crusade against sunken crypts, I came across the Bog Witch's hut, which provided me with a useful safe zone that the monsters of the swamp can't enter.
That's... I mean, I came for the mine, but... Okay. Oh, there's another mine over there. This is actually an awesome... this is an awesome find.
And with the witch found, I can return to buy what she sells. However, for now, I have more crypts to clear out.
All right, I'll have to come back here later to
buy some of that stuff. That's cool. That's awesome. All right. All my pickaxes are broken and my mace. I've done like 5 or 6 crypts. This one hasn't been finished, but I have a lot of scrap iron, so I think we'll head back and just smelt it all. With all of my pickaxes broken and my weapons and armor beaten and broken as well, I now have a comfortable amount of scrap iron to satisfy my addiction. So I set off for home, which I'm getting really good at navigating without a map. Just gotta follow the branch home. Bro, where am I? I actually don't know where I am. Is this not my island? I thought this was my island. But now I'm starting to think it wasn't. Because there's swamp over there, so this can't be my island. Alright. Dude, I've been sailing around for like an hour. I can't figure out where I am. No, it wasn't my island. I know this. This is the Black Forest that's like off the east of my mainland. Alright. Yep. I was thoroughly lost, but I know where I am now. There we go. Alright. Eventually, I arrived at my dock where I satisfied my OCD by perfectly lining up the boat. There we go. Perfect. Alright. Let's go get the cart. I then ran back to the base to collect a cart which would allow me to transport all of the loot in the longboat easier. Now that I'm back at the base, I can get started on an ambitious farming project of turning 3 turnip seeds into many turnips. I also sorted storage, cooked wood, smelted scrap iron, worked on the base, and farmed. But like a lot of farming. And while farming, I further expanded the defenses of the base and dealt with some raids which weren't a problem. I then did more farming, or waited for it anyway. Worked some more on the base, which took a really long time, mostly because the farming takes so long. Alrighty, seeds. In fact, it took so long that the months had passed in real life to the point where I can build a maypole now. So I did. There we go. The farming continued and defense building kept going while I built up the supply of seeds I needed. Also, if you don't know what I'm doing, I am planting turnip seeds which grow into turnips, obviously. I then replant the turnips which grow back into seeds, and these seeds when harvested give me 3 each time, and they take multiple in-game days to grow. Eventually I got bored and decided to pass the time by sailing back to the bog witch and buying literally everything she had, as well as starting a fight with her broom, which unknowingly allowed all the monsters in the area to enter her productive bubble somehow, which wasn't concerning at all. Pretend that's not happening. Eventually though, they lost interest and I promptly returned to my longboat. Dealt with some friends. Hey man, get away from my boat. Okay, you can. Okay, oh, hang on. Hey man. And sailed back home, with only a small jump scare reminding me not to text while driving. Oh, and to always look in your rearview mirrors. I did not realize. Peace out, Sea Serpent. I did not realize that was one. I did, however, spot a mountain on the way home attached to the main island, which we might be able to explore if we're able to beat bone mass. Well, there's a mountain over there. I've also gone the wrong direction. I went way too far south. And when returning home, I planted the turnips for the last time. Built a stone walkway in the farm and a bridge which extended to the land behind it for an extension to the base. I set out clearing the area, leveling it, and raising the ground, while also digging the start of the trench that would surround it. That's a lot of turnips. I don't think I'm going to need any more turnips, that's for sure. Eventually, my turnips grew, which I collected and then set about the final preparations for the bone mass fight. With my gear fully upgraded and my food prepared, I set off for the swamp outpost to take on bone mass. I cleared out the area of any spawners that I missed and creatures, and leveled out the surrounding area to give me flat ground to fight on. Eventually, I would get the ground level and ready to fight on. Now, the bone mass fight is actually pretty straightforward. He's got an AoE attack where he vomits and causes you to be poisoned. He also has an attack where he throws a glob and it spawns skeletons and blobs, which the Stag Breaker is pretty useful for. The third attack is a melee one, which if you time your roll correctly, you will dodge it. However, with fully upgraded gear, good food, poisons, stamina, and health potions, you'll eventually take him down without an issue. There we go. All right, we're ready for this. All right, Bone Mass. You're going down, buddy. Didn't take my poison resist, which would have ended really badly. Ow. Gonna play it safe. No, I'm not. Oh, I also forgot X there. That's fine. I'm gonna run. Easy. Well, the older I managed to do without getting hit once. I've been hit twice so far. Fortunately, I'm still alive. Nice. Oh. That's not good. That's not good. Ow. Alright, so I got poison resist, so it's fine. It's only 1.6. Oh my god. We're all good. We're all good. Potions definitely coming in clutch. Come on. He's gonna vomit again. Hold it. Now with bone mass down, his trophy in hand, and wishbones collected, I grabbed all of my loot and set sail for home. Skills are still good, so you can see I didn't die. Like, here's for example, if I died, I wouldn't have these like little orange bars. So I didn't die, like, you know. I was actually dreading this because I was like, I might lose this. But that was remarkably easy. It definitely pays to prepare 100%. And after a long sail home in which I got lost in a storm again.
Where's this? Why is there what? Well,
I eventually found my way back to the dock where I had an incident parking the boat. Let's not talk about it. I thought I was being really slick by going that way, but I was not. Incident aside, however, I sorted it out and ran back home to mount Bone Mass's trophy. Oh man, 3 months. It's taken me 3 months to beat Bone Mass. I actually looked at like when I first started recording this challenge. It has taken an extremely long time. Granted, it's because I changed jobs, less time to record, all that kind of stuff, but still 3 months. So actually hit subscribe, help me out. It's been brutal, man. It's been brutal. That's awesome. Three bosses down, 4 more to go. Mother. The dragon. She's next. Then Yagluth. Then the queen. I hate the queen. And then Fada. I think it's Mother. However you pronounce it. Anyway. We are now 3 bosses done. Now with the swamp completed, the mountains is now calling my name. Calling it like a siren does because it just wants to kill me. Anyway, on day 167, I decided I wanted to find my best friend, Haldor. Mainly because he sells things that allows me to craft new items and most importantly, weapons. The problem is, I don't know where he is and I don't have a map to show me, as when you get near him, he appears on the map, which I don't have. So providing I haven't spawned him in already, I'm gonna go and try and find him. Now, this is what our homemade map of the known universe looks like. And I'm about to spend a stupid amount of time looking for him, like multiple nights. Storms, land masses, just everything. Let me show you with my expert artistry where I went to try and find him. Well, the wind's pointing north, so that's where I'm gonna head. I'm gonna head north. What I might do, actually, just so I don't get lost, is just stay always within sight of the landmass. So I'll sail around, the island, and then when I find Black Forest, I'll go searching. All right, that way back to home. Oh, there's the snow, the mountain biome. It's not a bad spot actually to make a little. Oh, he repurposed that house. It's not a bad spot to make like a little outpost kind of thing. I don't know exactly how many days. It's been several in-game days, but it's been over 3 hours, and that's Haldor. Unless it's Hildir, it should be Hildir. That should be Haldor. Now that Haldor's been found, I was able to get over to him and buy a bunch of the stuff that I would need, and now that I know where he is for any future visits I may need. Oh, it is. Thank you, Thor and Odin and Loki. Thank you Valheim gods. That has been a search and a half. But we have found it. Go away, Troll. After my visit with the Short King, I got back on the longship and retraced my steps home. Fortunately, I knew where I needed to go, so the trip back was a lot quicker. Day 176. I've been at sea for a long time. Oh, there's arrow. You know what I really miss? Being able to hit M and seeing where I am, rather than having to leave arrows everywhere. After the ritual boat parking, I went home and got to crafting my new weapons. Sweet. Naturally, my OCD reared its ugly head and kicked in as the extension to the back of the base wasn't finished. So I got back to it, digging and leveling. Hey, get in that pit. Hey, you get so far. Oh, what? Body... Bro just checked in for work and, got smacked over the head with a pickaxe. Hey, my bad, man. Until eventually it was finished, and now I can get about building the most important thing in my base, up there. Yep, I did all that just to give my queen bees a home. Look, this challenge is really stressful, and I've got to look after my queens. Who said chivalry's dead anyway? Right, now with my queens taken care of, it's time for the most dangerous part of this challenge so far, which is heading into the mountains. And I'm not exaggerating. There's wolves who will two-shot me and cause stagger. Stone golems that will chase you like you owe them money. Drakes that are like seagulls wanting your chip on the beach and won't leave you alone. And at night, well, let's not talk about the night. Now, I'm pretty sure there is a mountain on this island, or at least next to it, and I have a lot of the island unexplored still, so I set off to find it. A while later, I did find the mountain biome. It just wasn't what I was expecting. Ooh, spooky. We're in the mountain biome now. Anything interesting? Ooh. Oh, I killed it. Fortunately, I'm an ace of a shot and dealt with the wolf that was living here. But unfortunately, there's nothing else on this mountain, as it's pretty small. So I set off to see if I could find another mountain. And boy, did I. Does it go up high? I wonder. Oh, that goes up real high. With a massive mountain kind of close to home, I ran back to the base to extend the path from home, as I'm going to be making a few trips back and forth, providing everything goes well. I also got bored and went back to the swamp to get some scrap iron as well, which was useful as I could try out my new hammer. This is convenient. Oh. The iron would come in handy, however, to improve my storage back at base. I could build a structure or put up signs and stuff like that stating what is in each chest, but now that I have this massive amount of space and I'm the only one that's playing it, I don't really need to. Got my wood types here, stones there, metals over there, miscellaneous resources over there, my food's over in the storage stuff, old gear is over here. Like, I know where it is, so I don't need to label it. I could, but I'm not going to. Before anyone comments saying, hey, why don't I label stuff? And while renovating my storage solution, I received a raid on my base of ghosts and wraiths. Oh, but it's okay, because I am a professional ghost hunter. I know what to do in this situation. I hid in my house. I eventually got curious on what was going on outside, which went well. What's taking damage? Whoa! Okay, yep. I was not aware that was gonna happen. And after my near-death experience, pun intended, I had another jump scare. Oh! But after that one, it was finally safe, which is where I did a really dumb thing by walking on my spikes to repair them, which could have been the death of me, but hey, I ain't smart. Just lucky. With that sorted, I got back to renovating my storage setup. I also did some decorating around the base to make it nicer. I did some more cooking as food was getting low, visited my queens, and then got back to building my path to the mountain while justifying spending hours doing this. It may be like really time consuming, but it's a really good way not to get lost, just having a path that leads exactly where I need it to go. So like it may take me hours realistically to do. At least I know, like if I follow it, I know I'm gonna go where I need to go. So I also used my hammer to send a grayling to another universe. That's gotta be a record, dude. He got knocked to another island. Try and guess what I did for the next few hours. If you guessed be a road worker and build a path, you guessed right. After a large part of my life was spent leveling and digging, I finally got within sight of the mountain. Oh, we made it. That's taken a hot minute. Oh, we made it. That is one very long path. Now, given how far I am from home and that I'm going to need a place to store all the loot, sleep, repair, and so on, I decided to build an outpost out here, but I wanted this outpost to be different from the others. I also needed to build it to be more secure as the raids are more dangerous now. So after digging and leveling the ground for hours to get here, I then started digging and leveling again to build the safest outpost possible. An outpost that a dwarf would feel at home in. Oh, what's up, buddy? Bye, buddy. Alrighty. We now have a platform. All right. We have a wall. Oh, will it hold? It does. Excellent. Excellent. We're looking good. There you go. It's pretty cozy. Yeah, I'm happy with a little fortress of solitude. At the very least, it should keep us safe from any raids. I hope. I guess I'll find out when one happens. Now, with my new outpost built like a bank vault, I began the climb up the treacherous mountain. Now, I have 3 main goals in mind. The first is to find silver, which spawns way higher up. The second is to collect 3 dragon eggs to spawn Modder the mountain boss. And the third, and most stressful, is simply to survive. Oh, I did. Okay, good. Think we need to go higher. Oh! Oh, we're good. That's why I have the wood. Wolves are the only thing that really actually stress me with this. The wyverns are fine. Eventually, I got my hands on a dragon egg and return it to the outpost. Grab that. All right, that's a successful initial expedition. Now, after going further, my wishbone notifies me that some silver is nearby, which isn't going to be easy to get to. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my, that was terrifying. I thought I was cooked. After my many near-death experiences, I found the silver with my sledge, but I was rudely interrupted by a stone golem. I think it's somewhere here. What's up, buddy? Well, I just saw a too hard message right where he just hit, so I'm guessing it's here somewhere. Which I then proceeded to shoot at it with arrows because I am scared and don't want to go near it, as it'll literally one-shot me. If I can just stay far enough away from it, I'm all good. Ironically, however, the golem saves my life while trying to kill me. Oh. Thank you, stone golem. Do I just go full send? Do I just send it? Eventually, though, I do win, where I then pull a weird face. I'll be honest, though, I was stressing with this the entire time. That fight, yeah, was harder than the boss fights that I've been doing. Anyway, now that the golem's been dealt with, I can get back to mining for the silver, which went surprisingly peaceful. Yep, there it is. All right, let's pop the thing. It's the most satisfying one. Come on. Why didn't all of you go? There we go. The neat thing, however, is it turns out there's another silver ore right next to the one I was mining for. So I got that one too. Sweet. There's another one here. All right. But before that, I made a few trips back and forth with the silver from the first node. Doing this also had its own risks. Whoa! Those quick hands. Damn, we still have a lot more to get. Gonna take a minute. Eventually, I finished transporting the silver and began mining the second node, which was significantly less peaceful than the first. Yeah. Not a full pop, but you know. Oh, you're kidding me. Can't get... Oh. Can't get me now. We're just gonna wait this out, yeah? Now, after the assassin hit squad of wolves were dealt with and the node was finished, I went and got the cart to transport the silver all in one go rather than multiple trips. And with all the silver in hand, I made the long journey back to the outpost and then back to the base, which took me a literal lifetime to run back. I've been running for so long, I'm going to need to take a lunch break. Or dinner break, I guess, because it's nighttime. Oh, Odin, what's up, bro? He's checking in on us. Making sure I'm not bludging. The reason I wanted to go back to base was to start farming the new onions I'd collected and to smelt the silver to make armor and weapons to make me just a bit stronger for the mountain biome. I also got to pay my queens a visit too. This is nice, man. They're safe. Elevated. Anyway, I kept smelting. I also decorated the base some more with some much needed items and then admired my hard work. It's getting cozy in here, eh? Eventually I got back to making the new gear that I needed, and with my new drip equipped and the base upgrades done, I'm good to go back in search of more eggs, silver, and any other loot I can find, which I proceeded to do for several more hours. There we go. Whoa! A tree just tried to assassinate me. Oh. There we go. Now that's a pop. Oh, can I snipe it? Hang on, wait, can I snipe it? There we go. Just ignore the first shot. That's convenient. Oh, yes. Now I can get the helmet. Is that a cave? Or a nurse? What is this? Oh, is there an egg in there? It is. Little ninja egg. All right, let's grab that. Let's. Oh. All right, there we go. Let's get out of here. Oh. I don't know what you've been fighting, but you clearly lost. What's up, gang? Free. So satisfying. And during my epic adventure on the mountain, I finally found what is the most important find in this biome, the boss room, which is going to allow me to find Modder. Oh! What? Okay, so Modder is in that direction. Okay, cool. This is allowed, if you haven't watched the other videos or whatever, or you're skipping through this, like the big video, basically when you click on the when you click on that thing, it'll point you in the direction of where the boss is, and you can use the structures to point in where they are. So I marked the direction with the building piece and then went back to exploring the mountain for other resources. Nah. Oh. Oh. Oh, I missed. Man, you guys didn't see that. That was first shot. Egg. That's the third egg. That's the last one that we need. Yoink. With my last egg secured, I now had everything I needed for the modder fight, so I began to make my way home. Once I got home, I crafted any remaining gear I needed and upgraded everything to the max level that I can achieve. After that was done, I sat down and watched some onions grow for a while so that I can make all of the food that I would need for the fight. Crafted some base upgrades, farmed again, survived a raid, farmed some more, cooked the food that I would need, built an arrow in the direction of modder, and then committed a few hate crimes on some necks. Got little bros. Finally, however, I was ready to set off for the modder fight, or at least try and find her. Now the arrow is pointing in this direction, as you can crudely see drawn on the map, meaning that modder has to be over here somewhere. So I set off, following the coast for as long as I could. Yeah, we're going. We're traveling. We're looking for this Oh, we're gonna crash. Eventually, I made the turn towards modder, or at least what I thought was modder. I'm not 100% sure how far I was off, but I was off by a bit. I didn't know at the time, but I was going a bit north of where I was supposed to go. I was able to find a few islands and biomes along the way before following another island more south, which is actually where I happened to find the Yagluth spawner. It's not the boss that I'm looking for right now, but if I survive, it'll come in handy for the next stage of the challenge. Is that a Is that the Yagluth spawn? Alright, I better stop. I think that's the Yagluth spawn. Oh, shot. It is the Yagluth spawn. Okay. Where did we go? We've gone east of our island. And we've got Yagluth. Alright, we know where to go for the next boss at least. Anyway, I continued on, finding other land masses and experiencing a jump scare on occasion. 3 bonfires. Dude, that is a massive dealing village, if that's 3 bonfires. Is that the tower? I can't really make out anything because it's raining. Oh! Yeah. I was just going over this way anyway. Now, while running away from the sea serpent and getting lost in the storm, I actually managed to find a Mistlands biome, which will come in handy if we can beat Modder and Yagluth. So we'll need to remember this. Oh God. We've hit the Mistlands before we found our island. How far out are we? Because the Mistlands are like... Whatever. Just think happy thoughts. Actually, Mistlands aren't too bad by the like from the water. Now finally, after what was a few in-game days, I eventually found an island which also had a mountain on it as well. As it was the first mountain I had seen while searching, I had to go and check it out. I guess we're going up. And as I said, I am lucky. Well, it's also I'm going in the direction of where I'm being pointed. But anyway, it was the exact mountain that I was looking for, as it had Modder spawner on it, which was in a tricky spot. Oh, what is that placement? It's like on a cliff. There's no space around it. Dude, what is this placement? It's like right on the edge of a cliff. Where am I gonna fight Modder from? I did spot an egg right next to the spawner, which I borrowed from the drakes guarding it, as it's one less egg for me to carry up. Ironically, I ended up finding another one as well, which I would borrow as well. Why'd I even bother bringing eggs? They're all
Whatever. Got another egg there. It's convenient.
But first, I need to repurpose a destroyed log cabin to make my temporary outpost up here on the mountain.
Sweet. One more egg. Oh, man.
Also, I want you to remember this stone golem. It's going to become a problem later.
All right. Third egg. All right. Good. I can repair everything. I can sleep. Excellent. It is time to fight Modder.
Now, the Modder fight has two phases, an aerial phase where she shoots ice breath at you from above, and a ground phase where she throws wild punches and breathes ice breath. If you can avoid all of that and chip away at her health, you can claim her trophy. So, let's see if I can, or if this is where I fall.
All right. Recording? Yeah, everything's recording. Okay. Hardcore. No deaths. There's my stats. What I got in my inventory. Party time. Let's do this. Oh man, that does like no damage. It's gonna take a while. Maintain. Oh! How did that not hit me? I don't know. I don't care.
Do you remember that stone golem that I pointed out earlier? Whoa! Yeah, I said he was going to be a problem.
She's kind of stuck, so I'm just going to take the free arrow shots while I can. I mean, that's free damage. What's up, dude? What am I going to do with you? Too hard, so there's silver in there. Oh, actually.
Whoa!
Well, that was close. It would be so much easier if I didn't have to deal with him, but that's not going to be easy to kill. I'm literally doing no damage whatsoever. Dude, can you leave me alone? Okay. My HP kind of dropped. Alright, so I have... Yeah. This is going well. I mean, she stays stuck. I'm Gucci. I still don't know where the golem went, so... Oh, there's the stone golem over there. But he's miles away. What's he doing all the way over there? Not that I'm complaining. I'm happy with him over there, but... Is he stuck, maybe? He's not stuck. That's unfortunate. Okay. We keep chipping on. That was dramatic. I call this the sliding shot. I missed all of them. He's still out here. Dude, this is so annoying. Is there something I can go and aggro him on? Oh, I thought I was dead. I went too early. I rate the sword. I rate the sword hitting. Just stamina's an issue for that one. Honestly, if I didn't have the stone golem to deal with, this fight would be so easy. I just don't know where it is at the moment. Oh, come on. I had such a good run without you. He like goes away for a while. I think he just gets lost and then comes back to me. Oop. Alright, I can pop boneless again. This fight's been going for a while. Come on, hit me. I rolled too early. Bone mass coming in clutch. Bone mass coming in clutch again. Between me and Model. Ow. Dude, this is ridiculous, man. This stone golem has been chasing the entire... This is actually ridiculous. Dude, go after something else, man. This fight has been ridiculous purely because of the stone golem. If I didn't have the stone golem to do with, this fight would be over already. I would have just demolished Modder. She wouldn't have stood a chance. Alright, stone golem's all the way over there, taking this chance to hit her while she's stuck. This is without a doubt been the most annoying fight so far. But we killed her. Yeah, never doubted it for a minute, did ya? 4 bosses done now. That was ridiculous, honestly. That was actually ridiculous. I'm grabbing this and getting out of here, man. Just get my stuff ready just in case I need to defend myself. There, I have the trophy, which is great and all, but I now need to get out of the mountains in the middle of the night. Which, if you've been in the mountains in the middle of the night, you know how dangerous it gets. Because of the very thing that I just heard. Yep. Yep. Oh, that did not do that much damage. Okay, thank God. Silver vein poking out. All right.
All right, well, with Modder down, that's 4 bosses done. Now I need to go on the very long and dangerous journey home.
Let me in my boat. Yes. Didn't even use a single egg. Complete waste. Keep these in my inventory in case the ship gets destroyed. Oh, man. All right, we're good. Let's get out of here.
Oh! I was watching YouTube. Oh. Well, it's not home, sweet home, but it's, you know, it's the dock. Coming in for a park. Can I make it? And after the traditional parking of the longship, I ran home to mount the new trophy. Oh, exceptional park, if I do say so myself. Brilliant. All right. I'll run this stuff back. I'll come back for the rest another time. What a journey this has been. A challenge it has been indeed. 1, 2, 3. And now 4. Absolutely cheering. I don't sound like it. It's just, it's late and I gotta get to work tomorrow. That's awesome though. 4 done on hardcore, no map, no portals, everything. Oh, I didn't. There's my stats. I forgot to show my stats after the fight. There's my stats. I didn't die. If I did die, I wouldn't have these like, well, first of all of this would be 0. And then on top of that, I wouldn't have these little orange bars as well. So, you know, didn't die. Yaglis is up next. Fortunately, we've already found his location purely by accident. So we'll go hit up the plains a bunch, get a bunch of black metal or scrap metal so that we can craft it into black metal and make a bunch of gear. Then we got the queen and then Fada. Fada? Whatever. The green dragon. The emerald dragon? Emerald flame? Yeah. 3 bosses to go. We're past halfway now. Oh, thankfully. This challenge is taking like 4 months now. I'm gonna get everything settled, and then next time we are going to be heading on into the plains. Starting it off right, I find myself sitting with my queens, as they are my only companion in this lonely challenge. Now, after spending a weirdly long time sitting with the bees, I placed down one of the spare eggs in my house as a memento to the giant dragon we just killed. Now, there's no real beating around the bush here. I have to go to the plains to continue progressing in this challenge. I have new items, resources, materials, and boss totems to collect. So I set off for the longship and set sail east. Now, yes, I did find Yaglis spawner while looking for Modder, but the plains biomes that I found over by Bone Mass is closer. So I'm gonna go there first. After a short sail east where I bumped into a sea serpent, I ended up getting stuck in the middle of a storm where a god paid me a visit. Hey, Thor! There's Thor! And so did another sea serpent. That's cool though, we finally saw, oh! That's cool, we finally saw Thor. Now, not long later, I arrived at the plains where I was immediately greeted by the locals. Oh, there's a village right there. Nice. Nice. Now, the goal here is to kill everything I see and loot what they drop. Really? You just watched me kill a fallen. Really? Also raid the local goblin villages for their loot and scrap metal, which kind of makes me the bad guy in this, right? All right. We have black metal now, which is good. Anyway, I have a whole lot of stuff to fight over the next few days while also not dying. So let's get to it. Let's go. You don't scare me. I'm over here so I can knock you. There we go. Yeah, saw you coming. I'm pretty sure there'll be a totem in here. There usually is in these ones. Ah! Okay, he can't get up here. Hello, bro. Oh, I actually hit him. That's a headshot. Is he gonna die from the poison? Nice. Oh, sweet. There is a totem. Usually, we're not having good luck. What's up, bro? And just snipe them from up here. I'm safe. Why are you wet? Well, you're not wet, you're dead now. Like that. Is you're dead? Are you all dead? Now, all of this is going pretty well until I get a message on my screen that would strike fear into the heart of any Viking. Oh. Okay, that was insanely close. I was literally saying to myself when I wasn't recording that I need to be worried about the plains. Like, I need to be careful because I can be hunted in here. I think it's like every 46 minutes you have a 20% chance of an event being triggered. And usually you have to have 3 structures, your own structures or whatever, nearby to trigger it. But this can be triggered anywhere in the mountains and the plains. There we go. May as well use the wolves to like do our dirty work, right? Go get them, boys. I wonder who. I was gonna say I wonder who wins. Oh. Oh. Anyway, after using 100% of my brain cells, which is a total of 2, I managed to survive the hunt. Dude, the wolves wrecked them. I then went back to raiding the plains. Oh. The sound of death, that. All right, let's see how we go. Stop it, man. Oh, what? There we go. Village is ready for attacking now. This because this is the thing. Am I the bad guy for attacking them? You know what I mean? This is the dilemma that we have now, because it's like they were just chilling, and then I'm coming along killing them because I want their stuff. You know, I guess it's like a, you know, like a Viking, right? But does that make me the bad guy? I need to take out that shaman ASAP. Never mind, I should one-shot him. Oh, that was terrifying. Give me a 1-star. Miss, boy. Miss me, little bro. Yeah, never stood a chance. They're actually, it's like, I've fought these guys so much now. They're actually really easy to fight. Ow. Give me a 1-star. Another downside to the difficulty is that there's a lot of 1-star dudes. Oh, that was terrifying. To be fair, you don't need to dodge. You just need to keep running in the one direction. They were, oh, okay. The spear guys are the ones that I don't like. Oh, that was close. Oh, he's mad. He's mad. He's mad. He's mad. He's mad. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, let's quickly empty our inventory. All right, let's go. Oh, barley. Beautiful. There's 2 totems here. Damn. I didn't realize that a dude was up there. Alright. Whoa! Okay, I survived that, thank God. Come towards me, come towards me. Dude, that stressed me because I didn't say it. That was close. Oh, there's another village over here. Oh wait, I think I knew there was a village over here because we sailed past it once, I think. I don't know. Let's take this one first. Ooh, the deathsquito trophy. Shaman. Yeah. Come here, bro. Ah. Come here, man. Blocked you. Didn't, you know. Okay. There you go. Let's grab that. And, oh, there's flax. Oh. Alright. How am I going to deal with a big guy? That's the... Ooh. Oh, there's a locks. I don't want to fight a locks. Okay. Alright. What's going on? Why does he not care? Get off my rock. Oh! He just casually walked up. Didn't care one single bit. Which is cool. It's all good. Oh, he's almost dead. Oh my. Okay. I thought I may have been dead there, but I'm good. I'm being really nonchalant about this. I shouldn't be, but I'm just like not phased at all with this. The plains the one biome I'm good with, you know what I mean? Oh. Never mind. I changed my mind. Now, a while later, I received the same message on the screen, but this time I used it to my advantage. Alright, let's just chill out here. Oh, feelings are doing alright. Wolves aren't... They haven't taken one A yet. Up their game. Oh, they're fighting. Oh, wolf got one over there. Yeah, they got the same idea as me. They're like, hey, let's stay up here. Oh, they got another one. The feelings, they're running out. Oh, 1 star. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nicely done, Wolf. Get the other guy. Oh, he's cooked. He's cooked. We're pretty full up, so let's head back home. Now, after many days of raiding and fighting everything that I could find, I had a pretty good amount of loot, so I decided to head back to base to do some crafting and smelting to get some new gear. Now, after an uneventful sail back where I saw the sea serpent again, why is there... Hey, yo, man. Why are you out here? Stop chasing me. Leave me alone. Hey, man. Leave me alone. I eventually arrived back at the dock where I made a few trips back and forth with the loot. Perfect. I'm so good at parking. After sorting the loot at the base, I started fermenting some potions and placed an artisan table out of the way. I then built a blast furnace, stone oven, built another blast furnace, and then started smelting the black metal scrap. I then built a spinning wheel and picked up some ingots to unlock the new items. Finally, I crafted some gear, completed some upgrades on the base, and improved the new shield. Next, I loaded up the boat with flax and barley and built some windmills over by the queens. Did some more smelting and decorating the base, and then placed down a throne with my queens. It's not really needed, but now I have somewhere to sit with them. This queen obsession's getting really weird. Anyway, now that I've done everything that I can for the moment, I set sail back for the plains for more looting and farming. I also saw the sea serpent again, which is now starting to become a main character in this challenge.
Dude, that sea serpent is literally like, it's never despawned. It's been here forever. And it's literally on land, that one. What's it raging at? It's just going after a grey dwarf or something.
While sailing through the storm, Thor paid us another visit again.
Oh, there's Thor. What's up, bro?
I also went a little loopy while sailing and trying to figure out how far the lining was.
I wonder how far away the lining is. 1 Mississippi, 2 about 2 kilometers away. 1 Mississippi, 2. That was pretty close. Oh, there's Thor again. Dude, what the? It's the same Thor. We've seen him twice. What's up, bro?
Now, eventually I arrived at the plains where I started building a safe location to do some farming. I then spent the next few hours farming while at the same time harassing the local Lox population.
Oh, okay, that hit. That one hit. I mean, I'm gonna just sit here and just shoot him.
After a while, I got bored as usual, so I took a note from Anakin Skywalker and proceeded to massacre an entire village of goblins.
Yes, we got the big guy. Come over here. Yes. 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 Go, growth. Yes. No. Missed. Alright, the guy behind me didn't miss. But neither did I. You're dead. And now, you know what? I also continued to farm, build a hut, and continue to raid, slowly watching my gear lose more and more durability. Oh, I don't have a helmet. I just realized I don't have a helmet now. It's broken. And due to my greed, I started clearing out tar pits by digging holes and draining the tar pools into them. Here it comes. Okay, this isn't good. We're good. Perfect. I wasn't concerned. We're all good. I also continued to farm and managed to wait out a raid, hiding in the hut that I had built. Actually, what I should be doing is sitting in the boat, because the boat, like, I can't remember the exact reason behind it. It was someone who told me during ValCon that if you sit in the boat, it won't trigger a raid. Because you're classified as being at sea and not on land. Okay, yeah. If I sit in the boat, or on it for that matter, I'm pretty sure it doesn't trigger a raid. Because you have to be on land for a raid to trigger. Spent a lot of time waiting for the crops to grow. I would periodically get bored and go out ready again, but it started getting a bit risky since my gear was really damaged. Now, shock surprised, I got really bored again of waiting for crops to grow and raiding. So I decided I wanted to improve my farming process, so I headed towards the swamp, where I saw a war happening on the way. Can't really see it, but there's a bunch of grey dwarfs and a troll fighting some skeletons. So those skeletons are fighting for their life. Not successfully, though. Well, I guess they're not really fighting for their life. They're dead, the skeletons. Whatever. Eventually, I made it to the Bog Witch, where I bought what I needed for a scythe, which will help with farming. Oh, there it is. Scythe handle. Thank you. I also got chased out by an abomination. Oh dear. Hurry up, please. Get in. Hey, my bad, man. This is... Hey, it's my bad, man. This is your swamp. Okay? I didn't mean to trespass. I'm leaving. You know, you have a good day, yeah? After a long sail home where I appreciated my parking again. How's that for a park job, huh? I ran back to base, repaired all of my gear, spun some flax into linen, brought the rest of the loot back where I did some smelting and crafted more gear. Now with my new gear and my scythe in hand, I headed back to the plains and kept farming where I would get bored again and would go and do things while waiting for crops to grow. And after what felt like a lifetime, I finally had enough barley, flax, and tar for my liking. For now. So I went home and got started with processing all of the materials, upgrading my gear, crafting items, doing a lot of fishing, and of course cooking food and potions. Let's do some fishing. Yeah. No escape, me little fishies.
we got a big one. And he's upside down. Give me a pike. Ha ha. Oh, look at that. Dude, that's a shark. Yo, we got a shark on the line. Look how quick the stamina went down. Oh, they're out there somewhere. Oh, there he is. Come on then. Dude, I am like hella high level. You don't stand a chance. Let it be known. Don't destroy my structures. Until finally I was ready to face Yagluth. So with everything ready and prepared as it can be, I set off for Yagluth spawner, which fortunately we found while searching for Modder. So I got to enjoy a sail out to where we needed to go without stressing about searching for the spawner. After a while, I arrived at Yagluth Island where I set about clearing the area of any hostiles that would interrupt the coming fight, which was stressful. Well, that's not an ideal spot to park. I just realized something as well. I've come this whole way and I didn't bring the totems. Whatever. Let's clear the area out and just get ourselves a little base set up. I'll deal with the totems afterwards. Ow. What kind of... I've never seen a tower this, like, sophisticated before. They're usually, like, really simple from these guys. Too bad you can't hit me. That's an old buddy. That'll do. Okay, so there's some growths just declaring war on a feeling village, which is handy. They're just bombarding it or something. Why? They're just having a war with them or something. Might go third party. Oh my. That's an actual war. And the growth's got absolutely wrecked. That's pretty cool. It's a clean Stonehenge. Oh! Most certainly not. Actually, this kind of comes in handy, to be honest. Except for the spear ones. Get him, wolves. I'm helping. Come over here, guys. Come here. Come, oh, I can't miss. Wolves still, yeah, they're still there. That's it. That's it. Nice. His wolves came in handy massively. If I fall, I'm dead. But I didn't fall. Need to pull these guys over. There you go. Because they'll just kill each other. And then I just pick off the survivors. Four of them. Who wins? Oh, there's a spear one. I need to help kill that spear one. Nice. We're all good. Can I hit them from up here? Oh, I can. Is that a spear? Oh! Ow. We're all good. Jesus. Alright, let's see how many totems we can get our hands on. Alright, we got one totem. Maybe we can get enough from here. Alright, 2 totems. Why is there so many? Oh, he can destroy the rock. That's not good. Alright, this is not. Oh, the growths are coming over. Oh! Oh, I didn't mean to roll and fall. Please don't shoot at me. Thank you. Sure. Oh! I'm getting old stressing about this, man. I got a village over here that might have a totem. So you fight. Oh, they're already fighting. Go help your friends. Oh. Oh, it's easy to hit stuff. Dude, there's a lot of guys there. Oh, we actually made it out. Where's the Terminator? Oh, bro's the dead now. Ow. Growths, can you you guys want to help out? Oh, there are no growths. It's goblins. Well, that's not good. Hey, this works. Oh. The wolves have finished the job. These wolves are like really come in handy. Yep. Just wait for them to disperse.
I think we're clear. Is this dude just going for a swim in the tar? He is. He's just doing breaststroke. I'm walking fast enough that he can't actually hit me. So I can literally walk away from him. Let's test this out. I can literally walk away from death. That's so funny. Oh, there you go. Sick. What's up, man? Alright. Ooh, alright. We need one more, I think. Let's chuck black metal in that chest now, so we're not carrying it around. This is like the most peaceful spot that I'm gonna get, like, in a long time. Being in the meadows again. Oh, it's nice to see deers. I think I see a... Oh. Healing tower. These sometimes have totems in them, so... If you're watching, cross your fingers for me. If you're not crossing your fingers... I'm deeply, deeply hurt. But it's fine. Oh, it does. I had to kill the seagull for good luck and it worked. What's my weight? 321. I'm good. Okay. 5 totems. It honestly probably would have been quicker to just sail back and grab the 5, but I'm stubborn and stupid. So here we are. All right, I'm running back, set up the base, and then take out Yagluth. Now, through pure skill alone and a lot of mental stress, I cleared out the area. I started digging a hole under Yagluth's spawner, which is where I usually set my bed down, as it's a safe location to do it for the fight. But I realized that wasn't going to work, so I made do with a nearby stone building. As ready as I can be. Got rested buff. I'll rate some food in a sec. Now that everything is done and I'm as ready as I can be for the fight, I run over to the Yagluth spawner, where I immediately fell into the hole that I had just dug. I then proceeded to get raided by the skeleton hit squad. Seriously? I was just... Fortunately, however, skeletons are a problem best dealt with by a hammer. So a few hammer swings later, I'm good to take on Yagluth. Now for Yagluth, he has 3 main attacks. The first is a flame AoE attack that you need to avoid or use a fire resist potion to mitigate. The second is summoning and flying meteors from the sky that can be relatively easy to avoid. And the third is a radioactive vomit attack, which is pretty self-explanatory. Now, if I can survive all of that, we'll have 5 bosses done. So, let's see how I go. All right, sword, shield. What I pick up is turned off. Or the world auto saving. I thought I was in trouble. All right, inventory. Let's eat. Those are my skills if you're curious. Have our fire barley. Probably should have waited a second for the heals to finish.
All right, we have our rested buff. I probably should have topped it up, but honestly, it's fine. No worries. I ain't concerned. All right, it's game time. Oh, I do a lot less damage. Oh, not good. All right, we're all good. We're all good. We're all good. We're all friends here. Oh, that's Meadows. Right, left hand's Meadows, right hand's... Oh my god, I'd forgotten. This has been a hot minute since I fought him. Where are you going? Nope, come on. Yep, good. Right under his chin. Roll, 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 roll. Meteors. Do the breath. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. What's that, like a third? I reckon that's like a third HP. My rested buff's gone now. I'm kind of tempted to go and redo it. Actually, if I go stand near one of these fires, that should do it for me. There we go. Just, hey, see? Just get a rested buff, man. No one can complain about me not getting rested buff now. Thank you. Can't complain that I don't have rested buff now. Alright, where is he? His pathfinding is like all weird. You want to do the breath? That's also good. Yeah, that would have been good if you did the breath. Now he does the breath. Come on. There's a little bit of an L on my behalf. Alright, we're doing alright. We're doing alright. Under your chin, buddy. Miss me. Miss me. Miss me. Now do the breath. He didn't. Oh, now you do the breath. That was a little too close for comfort, if I'm completely honest. I also have no rested buff and I don't really fancy risking it to get another one. Need to do the breath of the raw. Do the breath. Oh, raw. You gonna do ground pound or meteor? Hot bone mass again. Now he does it. I just popped. One more good, like, burst of the sword and he's done. That might actually get him. Imagine if that meteor killed me. Wow. Even the Goblin King isn't enough to end this challenge. Now with the Yagluth's trophy in hand, I'll load up the boat again and enjoy a peaceful sail home. There's bro floating around his, like horning his platform. Huh? Alright. Naturally, I made a perfect park. Oh, park of the century. Park of the century. Park of the century. Rate the park in the comments out of 10. I grabbed the loot and ran back to base. I arrived home in the night, so I went to sleep until the morning for the mounting of the trophy. Aquaball. Sure thing. Alright. Yagluth, Yagluth, Yagluth. Yagluth. This is seriously taking so long. Alrighty. Exir, beat. Elder, beat. Bone Mass, beat. Modder, beat. Yagluth, beat. All we have left now is the Queen and Fada. And then, because this is taking so long, the Deep North is going to come out and I'm going to have that boss to kill as well. Now, I'm hoping, honestly, I really pray that doesn't happen. Yeah, we have now defeated 5 bosses. So we only got 2 left. That's good. That's exciting. That is actually incredibly exciting, only having 2 bosses left and then this challenge is complete. 5 bosses are down and only 2 to go. My 2 least favorite biomes and bosses in this game, but we can do it together. We won't be stopped. We're beating this challenge. Anyway. We're gonna have to go get the Queen next. I need to go hide. Anyway, as I was saying, we've done 5 bosses. We have 2 left, my least favorite bosses and least favorite biomes. But we won't be stopped. We're gonna complete this challenge. It's whoa! I'm just gonna stop talking. Like and subscribe. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. It's been about 3 to 4 months in real life since we beat Yagluth, and the main reason for that is this challenge is taking me so long, and there's so much footage that my PC and storage system was full. So I needed to edit everything I had so far to free up some room. Now in the last 4 months, there was a pretty significant update to Valheim, which was the Call to Arms update. Now this introduced things like trinkets, new creatures, new items, new armor, weapons, and a bunch of other new stuff. So I kind of just spent the next hour figuring out what was new. What the hell are these? Now the first thing I did after realizing what had changed, I crafted an iron brooch as I was a bit overwhelmed and it seemed like the best trinket for me at this time. How do I use it? I was then immediately confused as to how the trinket worked, so I ran outside and committed a hate crime on a neck. After which, I went to look at the boss trophies and talk about how much I love the Mistlands and Ashlands. Alright, so we just got 2 more bosses to do, the Queen and Fada. Also, my 2 least favorite biomes. I genuinely hate these 2 biomes. The next and most important thing to do was to put down a Christmas tree, as it was in fact that time of the year. I was to put down some presents because it was just after Christmas at the point of this recording, and I am not a Grinch. Merry Christmas, everyone. And now that I've finished with that, I got back to progressing this challenge. I placed down some wisp fountains to collect some wisps, which is kind of obvious given the name of it. Anyway, I placed down 3 of them, after which I realized that I am a pelican because they were too close to other structures and wouldn't work. Oh. Well, 2 of them didn't anyway. The one at the back did work, and it allowed me to collect a wisp before being raided by a bunch of skelly boys. Couldn't really get to me and do much, so I just kind of ignored them. Okay. So this one's fine. The other 2 aren't. I'll just move the other 2. That's fine. Not that I really need them, but you know. Nice. Anyway, I demolished the wisp fountains, considering 1 out of 3 is a fail. So I moved them to the place they really, truly belong. Can you guess where? Nice. Well, after placing them down with my queens, I assumed they were okay as wisps are like cockroaches and only come out at night, so I'll check on them later. So I went back to the base, committed another hate crime on a neck again. I then ran down to the dock to check if any items were down there before remembering bears are a thing now and deciding I wanted to go find one. I know bears were added in this patch, so I kind of want to go... I kind of want to go and have a look and see if they are... Let's go find a bear. If they've been added, we'll see. So I set off in search of one. Now, after sending a few grey dwarfs back to respawn, I finally spotted a bear. Oh, I thought that was a log for a second, but it's a bear. It's a black forest creature, so it shouldn't be that strong, but just in case, I've got health potions ready. Should I try and like... Bro's got beef. Okay, so he fights everything. I'll be honest, I wasn't prepared for the bear's face. Yo, it's good, man. Yo, what have you been taking? Why do you look so mad? What is this face? Oh yeah, you. Yeah, I mean like. Dude, what was that face? Anyway, I made my way back home. Oh, I also found out dodge was a new skill. So if you see me randomly rolling around in this video, it can take a while. It's because I'm trying to level it up. I also found a skeleton which I confused by just rolling around it. Yo, what's the sparks with? What's up with the sparks? It didn't live for long. Anyway, I eventually found one of my paths that lead back home, which would make it easier to get back now. During my run, well, technically roll home, I saw Odin. Sup, Odin? I'm gonna roll out of here, bro. I also got the jump scare of my life from some fuelings who wanted to send me back to the lobby. Oh, Jesus. I skipped it. I wasn't ready for that. Oh. Okay, there's a few of them. They also didn't live long either. They scared me a little then. Back to our run. And when I got home, I started running resources to the boat for our future expedition to the Mistlands. I also stood up because I'm old and my back hurts. Oh. I've rearranged my gaming room. So much more room for activities now. Yeah, look, I've got a sus looking couch now, but hey, don't read too much into that. Anyway, I kept rolling my way between the boat and the house, loading it up with more resources that I would need. I also did some cooking. Bullet a grey dwarf. Get off my lawn. And then chilled out with my queens and wisps. After which I collected as many wisps that I could. Now after some more rolling around, the long ship was full and I was ready as I could be to go to the Mistlands. So I set off for Moda. Sort of. See, when we went to fight Moda, we found a bunch of Mistlands areas on and around her island. So I'm going to build an outpost in the Black Forest here, which will serve as our springboard to explore all of the other Mistlands nearby. And taking a workbench, forge, and their upgrades, I can stay down there until I have everything that I need, in theory. Now, after a pretty uneventful and boring sail down, I eventually found the wrong island. Okay, I'm incorrect. I don't know what Mistlands this is, but that's the island that I'm supposed to be going to. That's the, whatever. Which ironically was right next to the island I was aiming for. So I eventually made it to where we would call home for a while, a solid 50 minutes later. Yeah, this trip down takes a while. Anyway, after waiting out a storm next to the island, I got a visit from Thor. Oh, there's Thor. What's up, buddy?
That's like the closest I've seen him. That's cool.
Now I'm waiting the storm out as I wasn't 100% sure where I was, so before I made landfall, I wanted as much visibility as possible. I then got bored of that, so I made a graceful path on the island and claimed a ruined structure as my own and where I would build the outpost. I then proceeded to cut down trees and collect resources to build it out further while bullying the local population who didn't want me in their neighborhood. However, that didn't stop me from building my absolute masterpiece. Eventually, however, the most scuffed building in the history of Valheim was finished, where I immediately asserted my dominance over a bear and a troll that was standing nearby.
Come here, bear. What's up, buddy? Yeah. Is the poison? No. Leveling up your block is like crazy good.
After a threatening speech to no one,
Let everyone know. Oh, the other missile's close. Let everyone know we are the biggest, baddest thing here. Stay away from my little... That looks really depressing, to be honest. Just stay away. Mainly because I don't want people seeing it.
I ran off to the Mistlands, where I was ambushed by the Black Forest Goon Squad.
Nice.
After sending them back to respawn, I continued my run to the Mistlands. Entering the Mistlands, I have nothing but my ears to guide my way, since the mist blocks my vision, which is kind of obvious, but I feel like I have to point that out.
I don't hear anything, but I do see a blue.
Now, with the help of my little wisp companion, I can at the very least see what's in my immediate vicinity. So I started having a look around and looting the new items before being jumped by a troll that really confused me.
Oh, it's a troll. I was like, what the hell is that?
And then I had a fight of my life with some Seekers.
What's that? Ooh, okay. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, yep. Nope. Nope. Nope.
These overgrown bugs do a whole lot of damage. They fly, do pierce damage, and have a decent amount of health. So I proceeded to stress, roll, and hit for my life for the next minute.
Ow. What do I hear? What do I hear? What do I hear? Okay, nope, nope, nope. No thanks. Oh god, this is not... Oof, please stay away. Okay, that was stressful.
Eventually, the overgrown bugs were squished, so I immediately ran over to the ruined shack to sit down after my stressful encounter.
Alright, rest of the buff has reset. Let's go back in.
Anyway, I eventually ran back to the Mistlands again with a fresh rested buff to continue exploring, where I was on edge the entire time.
Oh, Jesus. Rabbit, chill out, man, with the noise.
I did discover a few ancient roots which I'll need to collect sap from for the future items and upgrades. However, for now, a mental note of where they were will do. I also cut down every Yggdrasil shoot that I could find so I could collect Yggdrasil wood from them, which will also be needed. Say that again 10 times fast.
I actually hate the Mistlands. I'm like really on edge.
I did find an area that was essentially on the border of the Mistlands and Black Forest that would make for the perfect farm, which is what I would need for the future.
Good farmland here, which is good.
I also committed numerous hate crimes on the local rabbits as their meat and skin would become useful, which is a crazy sentence.
Oh, that was a depressing sound. Thank you.
Now, given that I can't really see much, I take any chance that I can get to climb high rocks in the Mistlands, which gets me above the mist and allows me to see my surroundings a little clearer.
All right, so we must be at the far south. We can only go north from here. All right. Day nighttime, I don't want to be here in the nighttime, so let's head back and empty our inventory again.
I would also head back to the ruined shack when it become night, as I can't see much in the Mistlands during the day, and at night, I'm not going to be able to see anything at all. This trend kind of continued for a little while of exploring, collecting resources, and going back to the shack to sleep through the night, dropping off resources I collected or to top up the rested buff, as I'm really vulnerable right now and don't want to risk getting jumped by something that I can't defeat. So I would carefully approach any seekers and preferably fight them with my black metal at gear to try and keep them at a distance.
Interesting, he didn't see me. I'm not questioning it.
Now, while I felt I had everything planned and going well, I finally heard the noise that strikes fear into the hearts of every Viking.
That's a gyat.
While climbing high ground to try and find the floating sack, I was discovered by a 1-star seeker, which wasn't stressful at all.
Oh, it's 1 star. Oh, that's not good. You know what? The smart thing to do here is to run away. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, my God. Chill out, man. Chill out. Oh. Had to be a 1-star.
Go away. Oh, stunned. Nice. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go. That has been, I kid you not, the most stressed I've been in this playthrough yet. Now, after a stressful 2 minutes, I sent the 1-star seeker back to the respawn menu. After all, the only good bug is a dead bug. Comment if you know what movie that's from. Anyway, back in the Mistlands, I was on the search for the Jarl. Not because I wanted to fight it, but if I had to, I wanted it to be on my terms and not by surprise.
That, I swear, is the sound of a gyat. But I saw it.
Also, yes, I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I'll correct that when I Google how to pronounce it correctly.
I may hate Mistlands, but whoever the dev is that made the floating sacks, the Jarls, bro, you cooked with the audio, man. Seriously. It is genuinely horrifying. Yeah, if I can live here with a bunch of Yggdrasil wood, like that's a good outcome. Because then I can set up farming and stuff like that. And just kind of explore the area a little bit safer. Because I'll have a bunch of the torches.
Also, at this point, I realized I forgot the cultivator. So I'll need to sail home to grab one if I want to start a farm in the Mistlands. Which we are definitely going to need.
Did I bring it home? Oh, I did. Interesting. No. Wait. Hang on. Is it the cultivator? It's the cultivator that I need to farm. Alright, I'll have to make a trip back to grab that as well. Oh, I was thinking. Definitely north of it now, but it sounds a bit further away, which is good. That makes me happy at least. It being dead would make me happier, but being far away from it is good enough. Alright, let's get some wood.
Anyway, I continued collecting resources, fighting things, and avoiding any Jarls as best as I could by exploring further away from where I had been, which is where I heard another horrifying sound. Shut up. Shut up. No, shut up. Now, after dealing with the noisy Black Forest hit squad, I bravely ran the other way, which is where I saw a fueling casually going for a walk in the Mistlands. Oh, there he is. Bro's going in the Mistlands. Dumb. There's Jarls everywhere, man. Oh, what do I do? After missing 2 shots on a rabbit, I heard the unmistakable sound of a Seeker soldier. That's a Seeker soldier, I think. So, to assert my dominance, I decided I wanted to try and send it back to the respawn screen as well, which, as always, wasn't stressful. That's it, whatever that is. That's the Seeker soldier. I just... Oh. Okay. Oh. Let's bring it out. Oh, it's fighting Grey Dwarfs. Sweet. Ouch. Ow. You get a deer. What? Oh no, I shot the deer. Ow. Oh, that hurt. Keep a bit of distance for 26 seconds. Yes. While it's distracted, I can shoot it in its back, which is where it's weak. After dealing with the Seeker soldier, I had to also deal with the local Grey Dwarf goons trying to evict me from their forest again. It didn't end well for them. You'd think they'd learn. The next day I chose to complain about the Mistlands, which is something that I never do. You're right. Alright, I've killed Seekers, I've killed soldiers, I've killed bunny rabbits. The Jarl's the only thing I haven't killed. Oh, and ticks. I haven't killed ticks yet. And every single one of them has been stressful. Even the bunny rabbits have been stressful because they're hard to hit. Oh, why'd I have to do this challenge? This is sadistic. Anyway, I decided that I was sick of being scared by the Jarl and made up my mind that I was going to go start beef with one. So I climbed the highest rock that I could find to try and spot one, which went well. Nah, this thing's like right here or something. What's going on? Oh! Yeah, that's it there. Alright, should I do it? Time to go. Jesus. Ow. Well, after bravely running away from the Jarl, I decided to go and find it again to assert my dominance and claim the Mistlands as mine. And despite Thor intervening with a storm, it's already hard enough to see. And now I'm going to see even less. Thanks, Thor. I managed to find a Jarl, only it wasn't the one I was fighting before. Okay, is that the one that I was shooting, or... What do I do? I'm gonna do it. Yeah, get wrecked. Yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked. Probably should have waited for full HP. But that's okay. I don't need HP. Take it. Pop that. Pop that. Pop that. It wasn't that one. Oh! Doing pretty good. Although I don't know where it is now. Where it is. There you are. Giant floating sack. Hit him in the orange parts. Uh-oh. Oof. He was about to shoot. Finally, however, I killed the Jarl, confirming that I'm the biggest and baddest thing in the Mistlands. So I collected the items it dropped in a creative way as they were underwater. Got him. After which I was greeted by a friendly Dwerger rogue. Alright. Oh, what's up, man? What's good, bro? The Short King. I feel a little safer now. I left the Short King by the water as I set off into the rain, terrorizing the rabbit population and fighting with giant bugs. Whoa! I eventually found what I think was loot from a dead Dwerger who dropped coins and marble. The coins I didn't really want, but the marble I did, as it unlocked a bunch of new craftables and structures that I'll need in the future. I also used my divine powers of wishing a storm away. Just need the storm to go away. Wish it might. Oh, it is. Alright, good. Now I can finish Jarl hunting. And now that that storm was gone, I could more easily hunt down the other Jarl in the area. While searching for it, I dropped this absolute golden quote. I can see it first. I win. Now, despite it almost being nighttime, I continued the search for it as I could hear it was very close. Until eventually... Is it below us? Where is it? It's... Yeah, that's a horrifying sound, eh? Where is it? Oh! I found it. It's right there. Alright. Hopefully this is the one that I was fighting before, so it should be around half HP. Either it dies or we die. Nice, crit. Let's go. Let's go. Ouch. I'm gonna slide down. Get underneath it where it's weak. It's fine. Get some stamina. Got quite a lot of HP. Oh, it doesn't have much anymore. Damn it. Hit it right in the egg sacs. One more hit. Yes. Sure enough, because I am him, I defeated the Jarl, collected its items, and headed back to the shack. Back at the shack, I sorted the items we had collected, loaded up the longship, and sailed back home. I also built an arrow on our island pointing in the direction of where I needed to sail to get back to the Mistlands, which would make future journeys a lot easier and help prevent me from getting lost. Anyway, after just a couple of interesting moments and an hour of sailing later,
Just get poisoned by a pufferfish.
I finally arrived back at the dock. I then transported all of the loot I brought with me back to the base, which is also where I got jumped by a few fuelings.
Where's the other one? Goddamn goblin hit squad.
Eventually I got back home and sorted everything away into the storage chests. I then set about collecting more wisps, as I would need them to create wisp lights, which are essentially just torches that clear some of the mist around them. I then changed my Forsaken power to Meadows one, which is where I realized the powers now gave new buffs. I'm guessing after the Call to Arms update. Now you'd assume that I was heading back to the Mistlands again, however you would be wrong. No, I was going north instead to go see our Short King friend Haldor because I wanted chicken eggs and he sells them. So with a boat full of money, I quickly sailed up to him and bought the eggs we would need. Now you might be wondering why I would do all this for just 2 chicken eggs. Well, my curious friend, I want chickens. The reason I want chickens is because I want more eggs, chicken meat, and feathers. And if you didn't know, chicken eggs have all 3. So to settle the age-old debate of what comes first, the chicken or the egg, I finally confirmed that what actually came first was a magical little dwarf named Haldor who sells them. Now where he gets them from, I don't know, man. I just work here. Anyway, now that my little story about how and why I got chicken eggs is complete, I'm now going to head back to the Mistlands, right? Wrong. I started building handrails to the base so I wouldn't accidentally fall into the spikes. I don't know why I did it now at like 200 hours into this challenge. I suspect it was because I didn't want to go back to the Mistlands again. Once the handrails were done and some slight modifications to the base were complete, I sat down with my queens to ponder life. Not really, I was just collecting more wisps. Now to continue the trend of avoiding the Mistlands, I decided to expand the base so that I could create a safe place for my chickens. Now I've done this 4 times now and you're probably sick of me showing you, so I'll make it brief for you and speedrun what I did. Also, viewer retention is a thing, so please don't click off this video. Anyway, I built half a bridge from the farm over the moat towards the land. I then cleared the area of that land that would be my extension of any rocks while bullying some mechs. I then raised the ground to the level I needed, after which I completed the bridge. Next, I leveled out the area that I was going to use for the extension. I got raided by some ghosts, but that's not a problem because I'm a professional ghost hunter. Also, ghosts look a bit different now, which is from the Call to Arms update. Anyway, I proceeded to send the ghosts and wraiths back to the lobby. Then I got back to the extension by finishing leveling out the area I'll be using with a hoe and a pickaxe until I had this flat area to work with. Next, I began raising the edges of the flat area, which would serve as my dirt wall. I then leveled the top of the dirt wall for a future wooden wall. I then dug a ditch around the entirety of the extension so that there would be a gap between it and the surrounding earth. I also got raided by some surtlings which committed respawn by falling into the water. Next up, I built a wooden stake wall on top of the raised ground and made the wall 2 to 3 times high in certain spots. Then I built sharp stakes around the base of the wooden wall to protect me from flying raid attacks. Finally, I built some handrails for the bridge and some stairs down to the new extension. And now that I've speedrun that, we can get back to the normal video. So, as I mentioned, I want a chicken farm, and chickens eat seeds. So I started onion farming because onions have layers. Also, the onion farm is kind of just ongoing, so nothing much changes in that area. So with the onions growing, I started working on the chicken's future grand estate. Now, the logic was I was going to grow the chickens in a cage, essentially, with an open bottom, and every time the chickens laid an egg, it would drop downstairs. Spoiler alert, this doesn't work for me, but I'm determined to try and figure it out. Anyway, I throw out 2 eggs and wait for them to hatch. Then while I wait for them to grow, I pretty up the extension with some grass and an outdoor fence for more chickens. Eventually, the chickens grow to hens and they love me, which is nice. Everyone deserves some love, you know? Now that my hens are grown, I test the egg hatching, which is basically them both eating seeds and then laying eggs. This doesn't work, I think, because they're too far away from each other. So I free the hen from its constraints, I then spend the next hour and a half trying to get the hens back into their pens, which I'll be honest, was the most frustrating hour and a half of my life.
Let's put you guys in there. Can you get out of there? Okay, new mission. Get the chicken back in its pen. Okay. Oh, the hens come. Yes. Come to me. No. Go up. Go up. Go up. Ugh. All right. If I chuck down some seeds, are you gonna come up? Pen, there's seeds right here, man. Yes. I love you. All right, stay there. I need to get your other one. Maybe I won't have to kill them. I'm trying to do this so I don't have to kill them. Not a complete monster, you know? All right, hang on. What if I like, yeah? And then yeah, there we go. This is cursed, man, but I'm gonna make it work. And I keep these chickens. Yes. Yes. Nope. No. Alright. Come on. I don't know if this works, but... You dropped an egg? Okay. They're putting in work. I don't know if it works, but I'm gonna chuck down... Oh, he's moving. Move. Come here, girl. Come here. Up we go. Come on. In. Oh, sorry. Get in. Get in. Surely you get in. Surely. Damn, maybe I can't. No. I don't have the iron bars in my hand. Oh. We got the hen back up. So the question is... Oh. Yeah, I might as well try and get the other one in there. Guys, there's hope. There's hope for these chickens. I thought we were going to have to kill them. Watching this video, I bet you thought, oh, this video is going to be about Mistlands, unless you're watching the full video. It's about me versus a chicken. 2 chickens, actually. Come here. Get here, man. Come on. Yeah, walk up. Go in there. In. You in? I think it's in. Yeah, that's in, man. If you doubted me. Oh my, yo. They call me I'm the chicken chaser, alright? Fable has come full circle. If you play Fable the game, or you played it as a kid, it has now come full circle. I am the chicken chaser. So now the hens are back up, I test the egg laying again, and fortunately, I see love hearts, which is the sign that it worked. Nice. So I name the hens appropriate names, and then I sit down and wait for more eggs to be laid so I can grow more chickens. After I have enough eggs, I throw out some new ones and wait for them to hatch, which goes extremely wrong. Oh, what? No. Dude, literally none of them. Only one hatched in there. Where are the rest? Where's the rest? Oh, no. After attempting to get the chickens back into their pens, I proceeded to set an example out of them so all the other chickens would know what would happen to them if they misbehaved. You know what? I was gonna try and get them in, but if they're gonna... That's how they're gonna be, yeah? Yeah? Yeah. That's how you're gonna be? That's what's gonna happen. Where are the other ones? Is that chicken massacre now? Wasting my time with you. Let that be a lesson. These other ones better behave. I ain't playing like that.
You guys better sort yourself out. After that, I threw out more eggs and waited, and with only minimal issues. Shh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. You guys see that? You guys see what happened? That'll happen to you if you guys don't behave. It's okay, chicken. It's gonna be okay. Eventually, all the chickens were grown and they loved me, so I named them all. We've been going for a while, like a real long while. Like it's 4 in the morning here for me right now at the recording this right now. But I can now present to you nugget, wing, tender, thigh, pepper, salt, KFC, zinger, box, and schnitzel. It's 4 in the morning, man. Don't judge me on my names. Eggs be working though, man. I'm getting eggs like crazy. They're good. They lay eggs. They drop them down. Perfect. Seeds get dropped right in front of them. We just start stacking up eggs. All right, cool. Eggs, like now we're good at eggs because that's a lot of meat that we can take care of and like a whole bunch of feathers that we can get to as well. Basically, I just summed up 5 hours of chicken farming in 5 minutes. So you're welcome. Now that the chicken farm is sorted, I had nothing else to procrastinate myself with. So I sailed back to the Mistlands, which along the way I saw a fueling that was king of his own island. Buddy's got his own little personal island. And some dwergers having a war with a Jarl. Ooh! Yep, didn't realize he was there. I also need to update the map for you guys as there's actually a few Mistlands areas around the ruin shack and a bunch of islands. Anyway, I eventually got back to the shack and made a few updates to it before heading off to the Mistlands area where I saw the good farmland before. I cut down some trees for wood, dealt with some grey dwarfs, and built a walled farm area. Now, it's not going to stop a raid or a Jarl or anything significant. However, it will keep pests away from the crops, at least, and allow them to grow relatively safe. Now that the farm is done, I started planting the Jotunpuffs first. Now I'm wanting over 500 each of Jotunpuffs and Mage Cap. So it's going to take a while to grow all that. So in the meantime, I spend the hours hunting a crazy amount of the hares while waiting for the first batch to grow. After harvesting and replanting, I spent some time exploring and fighting. Alright, catch you around, dude. Thanks for the loot. Oh, hey, man, help. Hey, hook a brother up. This is where I ran into some ticks for the first time who were around some petrified bones, which is actually great. Not the ticks, the bones I mean, because with the bones, there are usually skulls that I can mine into for soft tissue. I also ran into an absolute sniper of a dwerger. Oh no. Oh, my man. Brother. Oh, sorry, sister. Short queen. Yeah, she's got me. All right, let's keep getting some wood. Anyway, I continued my journey and collected as much resources as I could. I also expanded the storage at the shack as I was starting to collect a lot of stuff. I continued exploring and collecting when I discovered an infested mine. Now, I have no idea where I am on this world as I'm legally blind here. So I dealt with the seekers guarding it and went in as I doubt I'd find this again. Now I'm going to be honest with you. This hurt my brain. I'm not going to explain why. Instead, I'll just show you. Oh. Oh. Hey. All right, we'll just do that instead. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Get off. My staircase. Missed. Off my stairs. Yeah, let's go in. Oh God. That's a problem. Let's say this might be where it ends. Oh, hey guys. Yep. Nope. Nope. Okay. Alright, new strategy. Let's use bone mass.
All right. That's one of them. Where's the, there you are. There you are, my pretty. Ooh. Is it stuck? I don't know. I'll take the kill though. Okay, there's stuff through there. Alright, let's just go careful. Alright. Seal breaker fragment 1. Cool. Another seal breaker fragment. That's oh god. Oh, that's what I needed to be worried. Yep. It's a 2-star? Oh, hell no. I don't care if you say I'm being like I'm cheesing it. This is a 2-star seeker. Oh! Alright, the 1-star is smarter than the 2-star. Evidently. How much HP does it have? Quite a bit. Oh, can we get a double kill? No, never mind. Alright, just gotta play the corners, you know? That's what I... Okay. Oh, alright. I wonder if there's a way that I can hit them without breaking the barrier. See if I can 1000 IQ this. Do I break the barrier? I break the barrier. Okay. We live here now. Whoop. Get back. Okay, don't mind me. Just, yep. Don't follow me. Be smart. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Be dumb. Thank you. Ooh. Oh, some ticks. Not ideal. A 2-star tick? Are you mad? Oh! Ah, calf cramp. Ah, I tensed so hard when that happened. Oh, okay. Calf still hurts. Alright, we got... Okay, 3 shield breaker fragments. That's not bad. Still got upstairs to do. Huh? Whoa! Well, this works really well, just using corners. Okay, hang on. That didn't, yeah. Getting a lot of seeker meat, which is good. All right, let's see where the queen is. The queen is pointing in the direction of where the roof arches up. If you've skipped through the rest of the video and you've just seen that, basically if you click on the actual location and don't touch the mouse, the camera will pan to where the boss is located, and then you can just use your build hammer to pull out a blueprint and just kind of mark that general direction. It's not going to be a, you know, she's not going to be exactly there, but it at least points me, it gives me like a very small, like a small window of where, you know, where she should be. It's 2, oh God. What would you choose? 1 1-star seeker or 2 no-star seekers? Oh God. I guess I'll go with a 1-star. Can it not? Oh, it can't get through. Well, that's convenient. Also, I know the Seekers are pierce resistant, but honestly, hardcore 1 death, I'm playing it as safe as I possibly can. If it means I have to shoot 500 arrows just to kill them, then so be it. That's, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. All right, run. Can they make it up? That's the question. What the? Huh? Well, I just found the best hiding spot ever. Can they not get through? Evidently not. Ow. Alright, I learned my lesson. I'll just shoot them. Ooh! Okay, we're all good. We're good. Yep. Oh. Ah! Whoa! Nope. Wanted to get some fresh air, that's all, you know. Just... I swear I heard a dwerger. I did hear a dwerger. Oh, is it bloody dwerger base right there? Alright, well that's good to know. Because I can raid them for something else that I need. Oh, I should have popped bone mass. Oh. What's up? Yep. Nope. Oh. Okay, cool. I ran out of stamina at the worst time, but it ended up being fine. Okay, I don't know where that... Oh, there it is. Okay. Hicks, no worries. Nice. That's satisfying. Oh. Alright, we got black cores. What can I get? Get rid of the extra wood. We gotta get a bunch more here anyway. Cool. Huh? I'll teach you not to mess up. What? I'll kick you. What? What's it? Who's? I'm hearing voices in my head. Who's swearing at me? What's going on? Cool. Cool. Alright, that's this one done.
So now that my life expectancy is now 8 years shorter, I finally have the first infested mine done. I also have some black cores for crafting, seal breaker fragments which we need for the boss, and royal jelly for food, as well as other resources. However, most importantly, we have the direction of the Mistlands boss, which is the Queen. As I'm about to run back to the shack, I watch the Short Kings have a war outside.
Well, the dwergers are throwing down with... Jesus.
Anyway, I run back to the shack to drop off all the new loot that I have and then build an arrow pointing in the direction of where the Queen is. Now that that's done, I continue my crusade into the Mistlands, taking out more Jarls, farming, fighting bears that are on some crazy honey, exploring the Mistlands. Whoa! Fighting bugs. Fighting a lot of bugs, actually. Oh! Oh!
Oh, man. Get away from me.
Before finding the petrified bones again, where I wanted to mine my way to the juicy goodness in the skull, which is another really wild sentence. Anyway, when hitting the bone, I realized that I had made a mistake. Yeah, that's the look of regret.
I forgot to bring a black metal pickaxe. I'm gonna have to sail backwards. Oh.
Now, with my depression in hand, I, for some reason, was the enemy of a local Dwergo group.
Do you still hate me? Why do you still hate me, man?
So I locked in and sent them back to the lobby. Now, with all the Dwergos taken out, I was free to loot their base. Actually, there was still one more hiding that I had to deal with, but that wasn't a problem. Okay, now I can safely loot the base for mainly the extractor that I would need. And with that in hand, I ran back to the shack, which is when I ran into some more angry Dwergos.
Well done, mate.
Whoa! Which I promptly ran away from.
Okay, yeah, my bad, man. I'm going.
Back at the outpost, I loaded the longship up with some resources and sailed back home, as I was going to need to grab a black metal pickaxe and some black metal ingots for sap extractors. And other than a sea serpent manifesting itself next to me, it was a pretty relaxing trip.
Or I just checked in.
After the traditional parking of the boat, okay, that wasn't my best part. I ran the loot back to base, sorted it all, grabbed the black metal and the pickaxe, and then sailed back to the ruined shack where I was blinded by the sky.
That's really bright. I'm in a dark room. I'm squinting because it's bright.
Eventually arriving back at the shack, I was immediately greeted by a troll on my lawn.
All right, we are back again. Hey, he's a troll.
He was shortly dealt with.
Oh, you're cooked.
After which I realized I didn't need to live like this and set about dismantling the shack. Now, I survived 5 bosses and their biomes. I deserved better than this, so I got started on my new safe place.
Looks a bit more secure now. Bit neater.
Yeah, look, it may not be pretty, but it's definitely safer. Oh!
I just shaved 18 years off my life. Hey, I kill that bear for that.
Anyway, at this point, I had farmed enough Jotun puffs, so I started farming the mage caps now. I also crafted some sap extractors to start the process of collecting sap, which is kind of self-explanatory given the name of things. I then went back to the petrified bones to mine all of the soft tissue in the skull. I then set off to keep exploring the area.
Yo, what's up, man? Cool spot, man. You got a cool spot, dude. This side of the Mistlands, yeah, man. This side of the Mistlands, like, kind of nicer.
I eventually found another Short King outpost where the little fellas weren't angry at me, which was convenient.
Is it Dwerga? Yeah, it's a Dwerga. Uh-oh. It's a Dwerga tower. I'm going to be able to do my little trick to, Yo, these guys are throwing down, man. I'm going to be able to do my little trick to get the extractor, because I don't think these guys are angry at me.
So I thanked them by building a cart and using it to ram their ward until it was destroyed.
Okay. And now... Oh, well, hang on. That was a bit anticlimactic. Now, you can quite easily... put... Haldor, yeah. I don't know. I've seen him, actually. He's doing good. Now you can actually build in here.
I then did the same with the component crate upstairs and collected the extractor.
And we can just grab this. Same thing. But
basically, doing this allows you to collect it without having to fight the Short Kings. Now, after a little bit more exploring the area, where I actually almost drowned.
Oh, yeah. That would have been a bad way to die. No one move, a muscle.
I came across some giant remains, which confused me.
I'm confused. Is it skull down?
I also eventually discovered a Dwerga excavation site where they were throwing hands with a Seeker soldier.
What the hell? What are they fighting? Oh. Oh, I see.
I left them to weaken it before finishing it off myself and looting the area.
This is the most convenient find ever. I didn't have to do anything. I just run in and grab all the loot. Nice. Oh! Nice.
Eventually, I made it back to the outpost to store all the new loot and sleep through the night. The next day, I bullied a troll who thought he was all that.
Seriously? Seems unfair.
I then collected some sap and did some farming. Eventually, I went back to the Mistlands where I came across a ruined Dwerga tower. So I cleared out the local seekers and took a little look inside where I found an infested mine, which was about as stressful as the last one. Oh!
Alright. Black cores. Lovely. You don't want that smoke, buddy. Alright, that actually worked remarkably well. Look, oh. Yep, that's not good. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, that, yeah. Oh. No. Oh. Okay, this is not good. Time to go. Let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up. That is without a doubt the closest I've been to death in this playthrough. Yeah, this is not good. Okay, there we go. Oh! Back. Get back. Soon. Yep. Okay. Gonna step out for a second. Woo! That was stressful. Anyway, after a few close calls and my hair feeling grayer, I left the mine with more black cores, seal breaker fragments, royal jelly, and other valuable loot. I started running back to the outpost where I came across some dwergers. What the hell's a tet? And after aggroing a jarl over, I watched them absolutely obliterate it in 2 shots. I'll let them deal with it. They just killed it with like, what? Like 2 shots. How strong are you, man?
Safe to say, I wasn't going to be making them angry with me.
Can I take you into the boss fight?
Anyway, I made it back to the outpost to store the loot and went and did some more farming and sap collecting. After this, I kind of just went crazy and just started searching everywhere for giant skeleton remains so that I could mine the skulls and collect as much soft tissue as I could. And since I needed a whole lot, this took a while.
All right, I don't remember if they get angry if I hit this. They do. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. All right, that should be all of the soft tissue that I need. I just have to dig my way out now.
So after collecting a whole lot of soft tissue, I took a more peaceful break and did some farming and sap collecting. Eventually, I got bored and went looking for another infested mine, which I found. And at this point, you kind of know how it goes.
Oh, no, thank you. Ow. Did he come around? Yeah, he came around. Ooh. Whoa! Get away. Oh man, the ticks always get me. Come here. Oh. Hello? Oh! It's like the alien movie with the face hugger. Hopefully I'm not hitting the wooden barrier. Oh, I am. Never mind. See you, bro. Hey, what were you guys guarding? Oh, motherload. Down there.
So after storing all the loot back at the outpost, I went looking for one more infested mine, which would hopefully give me all the remaining items I would need so that I wouldn't need to go in one again. I did find one after a while, and I'll give you one guess how it went.
Right. That was not... Yep.
Cool.
I meant to do that. Oh, no, I didn't. Uh-oh. I hear stuff, I just don't see stuff. What's going on? Alright, shortcut. Yep. Ow. Oh, there's three. There's three. Fortunately, cockroaches aren't good with corners. Yeah, anyone in there? Anyone in there? Hello? I don't see anything. Honestly, running these in hardcore so easy to get like Tika meat and carapace gear, carapace, because there's just 1 and 2 stars everywhere. Or yeah, I'll jump down in it like Batman. Never saw it coming.
Whoa!
He's waiting for me. All right, I think that's the last.
Whoa!
Anyway, as I was saying, I think that's the last seal breaker fragment. The last seal breaker fragment that I need. Sorry, it's I've been going for like hours and hours straight. My brain is fried.
So a stressful amount of time later, I had everything I needed and I got out of there real quick. On the way back to the outpost, I came across a giant's remains and I quickly collected some more soft tissue. I then went back to the outpost and stored all of the loot. Now I still needed a little bit more soft tissue, so I went out looking for it and collected as much as I could find. I then came back to the outpost, did some farming, and collected more sap. Now you may be wondering, how am I collecting sap from the same root still? Which is a good question. And that is because I leave for such a long time to explore or get soft tissue that they just kind of refill over time. However, this isn't going to work anymore as I've now collected most of the things that I need, and now all I need to get is sap and mage cap mushrooms. So I move the sap extractors to a new set of roots and wait for them to fill. Eventually I had all the sap that I needed, so I dismantled the extractors and head back to the outpost. Now I did some math to figure out how much sap I would need to beat the Mistlands and Ashlands, allowing me to craft and upgrade everything and it was about 700 sap that I needed. I think I said that in the recording, however, I might not have. I literally have over 60 hours of footage to go through, and I honestly don't remember. But if I did, and I can find it, here it is. Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna need a minimum of 15 black cores, but obviously the more I get, the better, because then I can make more refineries. I'm gonna need 591 sap and soft tissue so I can turn that into 591 refined ether, but I'll probably go for 700 of each just so I've got extra. And then I don't know exactly how much I need, but I'm gonna go for a safe number and just say 500 Jotun puffs and 500 mage caps. I think it's like a safe number because your boy's gonna eat. And then just whatever seeker meat, carapace, hair meat, like as much as of all that as I can. So yeah, so this is gonna take a while. So I don't know who's got it worse. Me right now, who's got to grind all that out, or future me who has to edit this into what will essentially be a compilation so that it's digestible and you guys don't click off within like 3 seconds. Now with all of my loot gathered, I started the very long process of transporting everything back to the base from the outpost. And there's a lot of stuff, which means multiple trips, and by multiple, I mean an exact total of 4 trips back and forth. 4 trips of sitting there and sailing. 4 trips being scared by sea serpents. 4 trips of utter boredom. I seriously miss portals. Okay, now that all of that is done, it is time for me to start refining ether. And to do that, I need to build my ether refineries in a separate place from the rest of the base, as it spits magical death balls out while refining that damages stuff. So that means another extension. So I modified the staircase in the crafting area, built another bridge, laid out a boundary so I knew how big it'd be, cleared out the area, dug a ditch around it, leveled and raised the area, then raised a dirt wall. I then went about building the refining area itself, and as per usual, I went completely overboard doing it. Alright, I'm gonna need to dismantle this because I need the mob. I think that'll do. Yeah. Looks alright. Now that all of that is done, I then sat down and started refining all of the ether, which took a really long time. However, after a while, I was gratefully rewarded with the pleasant sight of a chest stacked with refined ether. Alright, as I level to 59 for jump, I collect the last amount of sap. That's a lot of sap. So with a huge amount of refined ether at hand, I went about crafting and upgrading all of my new gear. Now I'm opting for magic this time, and the reasoning for this is simple. It's hardcore and I'm really squishy, so armor won't really help a huge amount. So I may as well just go for lots of damage and hope I can kill things before they get close to me. Also, I get a magical bubble shield. Now with all my gear sorted, I need some magical buffing food. So I went to my chicken farm to farm some eggs. This is also where the chickens decided they didn't want to work in their cages anymore and decided to do a strike. So I dismantled the cages as my brain didn't want to try and figure out what was wrong, and simply sat down and waited for them to lay eggs. I also threw out 10 eggs over in the free range farm side as I could double my farming. And basically, I just did that for a few hours, just collecting eggs, and where I totally didn't have any issues doing it too. Oh, there's a hen. Oh, they're all popping up as hens as I'm counting them. All right, let's count how many we have, because I think some have died. Yeah, I think some of them unalive themselves in the fire. Anyway, eventually I had enough eggs to be able to make all of the magical food I needed for the Mistlands. I opted for 2 magic foods and 1 stamina food. Now the goal was to have more magic for damage and stamina to run, as health honestly wouldn't help, given the queen would probably just one-shot me if she hits me. I also made one last trip to the Mistlands to collect more sap and to bully everything nearby with my magic. Now I'll be honest, I don't really remember why I needed more sap. All I know is that I needed it. However, I did take the opportunity to level up my magic abilities on anything that I could find. Eventually, I had enough sap for whatever I needed it for. So I loaded the boat up with some of the loot that I had left behind previously and made an emergency extraction out of there as a raid started, which I'll be honest, that raid wouldn't have been a problem, but it felt kind of cool leaving like that. I still don't really know why I needed the sap, but me at the time knew, so I'm just going to trust my past self. Anyway, I sailed home, which of course was uneventful. Oh my god. Yeah, my bad, man. I'd be annoyed too, man, if someone hit me and then just say, wait, hey, it's my bad. So after reverse parking the boat, I got jumped by a Grey Dwarf Shaman and then some fuelings. It was a, you know, a reverse clean park, yeah? Clean park. Wait. With that dealt with, I ran the loot back to base, which is where I stored the sap in one of my food chests. Oh, I did it for Eater mead so I can make Eater potions. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Anyway, I went and collected some eggs from the chickens and was confused to see some new baby chickens when there shouldn't have been any due to spawn number limits. Why is there... 10. Who died? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. How did you get in here? So I tried to figure out what happened, but couldn't and just shrugged and got on with my day. I then went and crafted the aforementioned Eater meads as well as some major healing meads. I then placed those in the fermenters. After that, I kind of just hung around the base waiting for them to finish. Eventually, I went and crafted an arbalist as a secondary method of range damage. However, I then had a flashback to a video I did in the past where using an arbalist didn't end well for me. The Drakkar that I have here is stock full of stone. Oh. I promptly put it in a chest and left it there. Afterwards, I realized I should use my time better while waiting for the fermenters to finish. So I built some twigs, which I didn't realize until Googling it now, but twig stands for training with Iron Gate, which if you didn't know, Iron Gate are the game devs. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, I just bullied the twigs with my magic for a few hours to level up my magic skill. I literally just lent something heavy on my mouse so that it would just auto attack, only taking breaks to repair and collect potions from the fermenter or to cook more food. I also started preparing items, food, and craftables for the longship, as I'll need to take everything with me since I need to repair my gear wherever I go. I also made a trip out to the swamp to collect some ooze from the blobs and oozes so I could make bile bombs for the queen fight. This was a fun trip, as I could delete literally everything with my magic. Anyway, after I had all my food, potions, weapons, and gear sorted, I set off for the outpost to then go in the direction of where the queen was located, as I felt that I was ready for the fight. Now, while I was about halfway sailing to the Mistlands, I realized I had forgotten to craft the seal breaker, which is the key I needed to unlock the queen boss fight. I forgot the seal breaker. I didn't have the key to get to the queen. I was about halfway there as well. All right, I have to go back. So I sailed back home and then crafted it. Now, in real life, I decided to go to sleep and continue this the next day, which actually was a good idea as I had forgotten something. But with my brain rested, I realized a pretty serious mistake that I had made. You see, I'm playing this on hardcore difficulty with no map, no portals, and 1 life. This you know. However, what you may not know is that hardcore difficulty has a setting in it which says no boss portals. Now, if you don't know, the queen fight is in a dungeon, which is classified as a boss portal. That means once the queen fight has started, I can't leave. So no repairs, no topping up rested buff, nothing. So now I need to take everything I need to beat the queen inside with me the first time. which is a problem. Now the Queen's fight is difficult enough as is, but this makes it even harder. So I crafted all the staves that I would need, eating into my eater reserves. I also upgraded the staves as well. Oh, and I also crafted some meads for a tonic of Ratatosk and fermented the potions as they will give me a bonus to my sprint speed and run speed, which would hopefully help. I then went back to the longship and sailed back to the Mistlands, only this time I would either return with the Queen's head or not at all. Now the sail back to the Mistlands was pretty standard. That is, I was chased by sea serpents who wanted to eat me. So yeah, pretty standard at this point.
This is one thing I didn't really think of when beginning this challenge is how much of a threat sea serpents are. Because usually they're just an annoyance, like a nuisance, but now you kind of need to be careful.
When arriving at the outpost, I had the previous raid event to deal with as I had just left last time. And like I said, it wasn't an issue. Anyway, once that was done, I got my bearings and set off in the direction of the arrow that I had built and sailed until I hit Mistlands again. Now, funnily enough, I sailed right into the first Mistlands I ever saw, which was back when I was searching for Modoc. So I spent the next while sailing around the islands and climbing to high points in search of the infested citadel, which is where the Queen resides.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Let's climb this, see if we can see anything. Not see if I can climb that bridge. Oh, Dweggers, what's up, boys?
And sure enough, I eventually found it while climbing to a high point.
Bro, what is that hiding spot?
All I need to do is clear out the local bug infestation guarding it.
This works. Peekaboo. If I can just sit here and shoot him, we're good.
After the bugs are dealt with, I bust the wooden wall leading to the inbuilt base that's on every one of these infested citadels and start moving gear down and getting set up for the coming fight. And it's going to be a stressful one. The difficulty between the Queen and every other boss is massive. The devs were not playing around this time. She has a huge health pool. She has multiple attacks ranging from a charge, a bite, a spit, and a slap. All of them will literally one-shot me without a bubble. She also has a burrow ability where she burrows to a different location in the dungeon, and a call ability where she summons 2 seekers to come and fight you. And I have to do all of that with only 1 life, and only the stuff that I can carry with me. Now in Australia, we have a saying that seems pretty fitting here, and it's that I'm not here to spiders. So after drinking a can of concrete and hardening the up, I went off to fight the Queen. That is, until I got raided.
Oh dear.
Anyway, that raid passed with literally not much happening other than a tick jump scaring me.
I put on my goat hat thinking like we're locked in, but
Cool. So with that anticlimactic moment over and my goat hat on, I open the gate to the Queen and go in to face what could be the end of this challenge.
let's do it. Torches. Oh, she's right here. Fortunately, I know this arena pretty well. I've done it a lot of times. All right. We're gonna have some ads now.
There she is. I don't understand what she's doing. She's like... That almost got me. I think what's happened is she's bugged out a little bit and she's trying to destroy the torches that I've placed. I think. Oh! Yep. She's not stuck anymore. Alright, this Ratatosk potion's definitely coming in clutch. Yeah, see, she's definitely attacking. I just don't understand what's going on. She's not acting the way she normally does. Like, does she try and hit me? Yeah, she tries to hit me. She's acting really weird. Oh. Oh my, yep. Oh. Oh. Alright, now this is getting a bit. Ow. Jesus. Whoa. Yep. Go away. There she is. Shield earning its keep there. God. I thought I was being slick and jumping down. I was not slick. I just realized something. I didn't show my skills. There you go. My skills. We're in the fight still. But I forgot to show my skills at the beginning of the fight. If you don't know with hardcore settings, if I die, all my skills, I lose all my skills, I lose my entire inventory, everything. So there you go. There's my current skills. I can't believe I forgot that. Oh! You shoot carrot? That's weird. Oh! Yep. Boom! Nope. Jump over you guys. Honestly, this Ratatosk Ocean, the one that makes me faster, is seriously underrated. Oh! Uh-oh. That there is like the thing that stresses me the most, getting stuck like that. Oh! My first stuff broke. It lasted a while. Why did I think I need 3? Oh! Nope. Thank God for the shield. Sorry, thank Thor. Good, good, not good, not good, not good. I can't get back up. Oh. That's it, stay there. Come on. Ah, I missed. Come on. Oh my God, there's so many of those. No, she's so close. Where'd she go? She's so close. There you are. Imagine that was what killed me. I imagine that was what killed me. Those little... Now, I'll be honest. I seriously hate this fight. And it's a really good feeling knowing that it's done and that we're now on the home stretch for this challenge. I've genuinely been stressing and dreading this fight. Like, it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as I was expecting. I think I definitely over-prepared. My gear did actually take a little bit of a beating from those little guys. And my skills are still intact. That was just one of you. I don't know what noise it just made then. With the trophy and her majestic carapace in hand, I got out of there. Finally beat the queen. Yeah. That's still full. Didn't die. Dude, that was stressful. That was seriously stressful. But what I say, man, it's the hat, man. It's the hat. Who doubted me? Who doubted me? I then went to load up the boat with everything, which is when I received the worst possible message on screen. I'll deal with this and then I'll load up the boat. Yeah, you see, that's an Ashlands raid event. Oh, you're kidding me. It's an Ashlands raid already? So I bravely hid and used the environment to my benefit to survive the event. That's a joke, man. And not a funny one. After it was over, I quickly loaded up the longship and started the long journey home. Whereas per usual, I saw a sea serpent. Are you right? Anyway, after the traditional parking of the boat, I then started transporting everything back to base. With everything back, I quickly built the new artisan press, unlocking ceramic plates, and then the vice. Now with that done, I ran over to the sacrificial stone and mounted the Queen's trophy. It went reasonably well. Has taken a long time, so I'm now going to have to edit this so I can then record the Ashlands, because I think I'm going to run out of space in my computer. So, you know. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right. Trophy. The Queen. Done. Take a power. We are seriously close. I can't believe I started this challenge over a year ago and I'm still going. This is the longest challenge I've ever done. I'm gonna need a break from Valheim after this challenge is done. I need to go play some other games. So if you have an idea or a suggestion or a game that you'd like to see me do, like, I don't know, some challenges in, make sure you comment. Actually, join the Discord where you can put down a suggestion on what game I should play. Anyway, Ashlands is next. So Ashlands is now in our sight and I'm really not looking forward to it. But before we go there, I need to admit a mistake. Usually I record in 2K, which I have for all of my videos. However, after an update to my screen capture software, I accidentally am recording at 920 by 1080. So if it doesn't look as clear as all my other videos, that's why. Now that's on me and it's my fault, and I'll make sure it doesn't happen again in the future. Anyway, as I was saying, Ashlands is in my sight and this is going to be an absolute mission. But before going there, I need to do a bit of a tidy up around the base, which is when I received a new crafting recipe after another recent update. Now the update doesn't really add much for us this late in, other than some decorative stuff, which I promptly built in the base for no reason other than it's new and I want it. After that small bout of OCD, I was possessed by an alien and spoke their language. Now, honestly, I have no idea what that was. Anyway, I made some ceramic plates, unlocking our new ship, the Drakkar, which we would need to get to the Ashlands, as the water is hot down there and this boat will keep us safe. somehow. Next, I loaded up on some food and made some stamina meads, which I put in the fermenters. I then grabbed some items from sap collectors and then ran down to the longship, making a few trips to transport the items I'd need for a couple of sap collectors. With all that loaded in the longship, I set off for the Mistlands outpost as I needed more sap and soft tissue. Now, the reason I needed this was because I used more refiner tier than I had planned for the Queen boss fight, and I needed to replenish the stocks for future gear. After an uneventful sail where I got yelled at by a sea serpent, I arrived at the Mistlands outpost. I unloaded the boat and then picked a fight with a troll where I very nearly got one shot by him because I didn't have a bubble shield up.
I may have underestimated that.
So after that humbling close call, I ran over and placed some sap collectors down on a route. I then floated into the farm where I found 2 rabbits trapped.
How did a rabbit get inside the farm?
After that, I waited for some sap to be ready and then collected it, which I just kept doing for a while. Eventually, however, I got bored and decided to go and get a lot of soft tissue, which was fun. After a few hours later, I had all of the soft tissue and sap that I would need. So I then loaded up the longship and sailed back home, where I saw another sea serpent. Well, and then another one.
Seriously?
Oh, and a third.
Are you 3?
Eventually, I arrived at the dock where I parked the longship and ran back to base to grab the cart so I could transport the loot all in one trip, which went perfectly fine other than when I had to delete a grey dwarf who thought he was all that. Anyway, I moved all of the loot back inside the base where I started refining the sap into ether, which is when I received a raid on the base, which wasn't an issue.
I was just a step. Whatever.
After the raid was done, I got back to the refining, which also was fun. Eventually that was finished, so I loaded up the longship with food and items that I would need to build a new outpost. I then set sail south for as far as I can possibly go. You see, I was going to build an outpost as far south as I can, so that I would be closer to the Ashlands than where my current home is. Now, because I can't use portals, I needed a secure outpost that would allow me to build and repair gear, as well as store all the loot I would collect from the Ashlands, as sailing back and forth to the main base would take way too long. I also wanted the base to be as far to the side of the map as I could manage. That way, when I would enter the Ashlands, I would do it from the edge, meaning I only had one direction to go to explore, which would hopefully make my life a little bit easier when finding my way in and out.
That there, they ring the border of the Ashlands, those spikes. Which means we've made it.
Anyway, after an hour and a half at sea, I finally found an island on the edge of the Ashlands biome, which I decided would suit me perfectly for the over-the-top outpost base that I had planned. So I made landfall and cleared out all of the monsters. I then went about clearing out the island of all of the rocks, as I was going to need a lot of stone. I then cut down all of the trees and leveled the island out. Once that was done, I started raising the ground on the perimeter of the island while mining more rocks in the area, as it would cost a lot of stone to do what I'd planned. Now when the perimeter was done, I started raising the center of the ground as well, while continuing to mine more stone. Oh, also, if you're wondering how I'm repairing all of my items, I had a small workshop built with the crafting tables I needed inside to repair repair. I eventually made a land bridge to the mainland as I needed the stone from over there, and it seemed easier than swimming. So after a ridiculously long time, I had raised all of the ground and had a nice and solid elevated platform to work with. Now that I have the platform done, I can start working on the actual base itself. So I started by placing stone 2x1s on the edge, which I realized was going to be way too expensive and take just too long, so I ended up removing all of them and started placing 4x2s instead, which wouldn't look as good but would be quicker and easier. After the edge was done, I filled in the middle with a lot of stone floors, all the while beating some rocks with my pickaxe for stone as I needed it. Eventually the stone floor was done, so I started building the stone walls, which I did too high. I also placed a door and staircase with a gap in it so monsters couldn't get in. I then built a stone building inside, which is going to be my bedroom, which would also serve as a panic room in case of any raids that I couldn't stop. I then put down some stone 1x1s on top of the wall to make it look more like a castle instead of a Minecraft base, which it would still look like regardless. I then built another door and staircase leading down to what would be the dock for the ships. Now with that done, I then built a workshop and storage area in the island of the base. And that is how I spent 20 hours of my life summed up in a couple of minutes. Yay. Walled, fortified area, sorted. Anyway, I then sailed back to the base to collect more items that I would need to upgrade all of the crafting tables down in the Ashlands outpost. I then sailed back and placed those upgrades down. I also built the big ship, and big is an understatement. While I was trying to explain what I was going to do next, I then got raided.
Ah, so in my head, we should be at... Panic room.
I then proceeded to wait that raid out inside the panic room while explaining the strategy that I had already explained to you. Now, I'll be honest, I was a little more hopeful with this explanation though.
Like I'm saying all this, but honestly, like it could end up being that like I die within like 3 seconds of landing on Ashlands itself. So I hope not.
I sailed one last time back to the home base to build a bow and craft some arrows, as a lot of monsters in the Ashlands are vulnerable to spirit damage, and none of my magic does spirit. However, the Spine Snap bow does, as well as silver arrows. I also grabbed all the linen I had, as the new robes would require it. With all that in hand, I sail back to the Ashlands outpost, and while sailing back, I want to point out that usually I'd be bringing up the old home map I made in paint, but I'm not going to do that, and here's why. Now, the Ashlands is at the bottom of the map, which is pretty straightforward, and it covers the entirety of the bottom. However, when entering the Ashlands, there's a whole lot of stone spikes sticking out of the water that you need to dodge before getting to the land itself. Now, the map I made is honestly just a best guess on what it looks like while playing the game and while editing. However, with the Ashlands and not really knowing where I am due to the need to sail erratically to get in there, I'm not going to bother, as I honestly won't know where I am in there. Anyway, after another long sail south, I flew a little too close to the sun and got scared by a bone maw. Oh. All right. Whoa! Yep. Oh, didn't want to press that. That's fine. Dude, go away. What the hell? Free magma fish, no worries. Shortly after that fun little experience, I arrived back at the outpost where I made a perfect reverse park off the longship. And then I loaded all of the resources that I'd brought down. I then went and tested the bow on an unsuspecting troll. With all that done, I had nothing left to procrastinate myself with, as I really didn't want to go to the Ashlands. So I loaded up the Drakkar with everything I would need for the first expedition in, and then set sail for the literal hell that is just a little south. Now, while entering the red waters of Ashlands, I had to deal with the first obstacle between me and Fada, and that was a bone maw, which is one of the many that patrol the waters of the Ashlands. Unfortunately, they don't like ice, so after throwing a few ice cubes at it with my bow, it eventually turned itself into some meat and teeth, which I quickly grabbed and then continued on my way further south. Alright, we're good. I then had to navigate my way in a giant slow boat which has the turning circle of a semi-truck between narrow gaps in the spikes, all the while being harassed by demon pigeon, vultures, and bone maws.
Oh, and there's another bone maw. Great. Yep, gotta go. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Sweet. Oh, we got a trophy. All right, that's a good. That's a good haul. Oh, there we go. That's why I brought wood. Dude, how about Austin Powers? I'm actually Austin Powers it. Oh, there's another bone maw. Well, that was nice and easy and quick.
After a stressful 15 minutes, I finally saw the Ashlands mainland, which is both a relief and a stress increase as I know what would be waiting for me. And once I was a bit closer, I could see some monster spawners, which are the glowing evil rocks in the distance. Safe to say when something glows, it's probably not good. So with my fire stick, I made short work of them by lobbing flaming balls of death at each one until they exploded.
Oh, okay, we destroyed it.
Oh. Yep. Yeah, that got it. All right, sweet. I then moved the Drakkar a bit closer and then made a confident jump onto the nearby rock where immediately the locals gathered together and decided they were going to try and turn me inside out. What? Oh.
Oh, it's a 1-star. Brilliant. I'm not using it to do damage. I'm using it to push him away, which doesn't seem to be working. Oh, still killed him. Okay, I'm sliding. It's not. Yep, it's not good. Don't want to slide.
Ooh, it's a warrior.
Yep. Need that Twitcher to die so I can be a little bit. Oh, that's not good. Yep. Yep. Yep, that'll do. Nope. Yep. All right. Everything's still just getting unlocked. No worries. I'm all good. All right, let's go repair the boat quickly. All right. I was a little stressed then, but we're all good. Yeah, I'll be honest. I thought I was cooked then. Okay. Oh yeah, he's brought all these boys. Is that how we're, yep. Yep. Is that what we're doing now? Yeah, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reverse. Okay. Put this back down. Let's, okay, Terminator's just walking, yep, sure thing. Just walking out of the water. No No worries. I don't know where you're going. Sure enough. Holy. Where did he come from? What? Oh. Hey, leave my workbench alone. He just ran up and destroyed my workbench and then... That's just rude. What on earth? Bro, what was that audio? I actually thought a troll was here. Oh. My bad. I mean, it's kind of working. I'm just killing stuff as it comes to the boat. Like, not crazy good, but like, we're getting some resources, you know? Is the... The storm has ended. Dude, that took so long. Alright. It's now safe to leave. Well, I wouldn't say safe to leave the boat, but you know what I mean. Like, safer. Okay. He's stuck. That's good. I'll take advantage. Oh, it's a 1-star. At least that's a no-star. Okay. Hey guys, it might be time to go. Holy. Eventually they rallied together to evict me from the mainland. However, by this time I had a really good amount of loot, basically from just killing them so many times. So I sailed back to the outpost where I was harassed the entire way by the devil pigeons, all the while being careful to dodge the stone spikes. However, I eventually made it back to the outpost. I then emptied the Drakkar, storing everything in the chests inside, repaired, and then made my way back to the Ashlands for another round of chaos. Again, a Bowmore tried to ruin my fun. Whoa! But it was also turned into meat and teeth. Okay, that made me jump. There's another one. Why is there another one? Again, I was harassed by devil pigeons. And again, I maneuvered the big hulking beast of a ship around the spikes. However, this time, the welcome party when landing was only 2 angry skeletons who couldn't stop me. Now with those 2 dealt with, I delved deeper into the land to see what I could find and loot, which is when I found some friendly Short Kings who instantly greeted me when arriving. Hello, mate. Alright, you guys have been punching on, eh? And I repaid their kindness by going out and picking fights with monsters and then running back to the Short Kings to let them fight for me. I then had the genius idea of moving the Drakkar around to the Short Kings to make my life a little bit safer. So I moved the boat around where I immediately beached it. What am I... If I hit a rock or something? No, I just hit the ground. Now, I decided that this would be a problem for me later. Alright, whatever. Look, getting unstuck is a situation for another time. Let's aggro this Morgan over. Anyway, instead of dealing with my mistake, I then went and picked a fight with a Morgan, which I proceeded to lead over to the Short Kings to deal with as I cheered them on. Hey, guys. Hey, yeah, something followed me from outside. Yeah, I don't know why it came. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't me. It was just... For some reason, it just, you know, it just came. You guys got this though, right? Oh! I was, however, punished by getting jumped by some devil pigeons. Oh! Anyway, I continued my expedition into the Ashlands fighting monsters. I'm feeling brave. Yeah, I shouldn't have felt brave. Looting resources.
and dropping the items back off to the Drakkar. Now eventually I saw a green signal light in the distance, which was the monsters of the Ashlands calling for Batman to save them from me.
Oh, it's a charred. Oh no, that's a 1-star. Oh, there's a charred fortress over there.
Not really. This is just the light from a charred fortress, which is actually really good because I need to raid it so I can loot the items I need to summon the boss, as well as other items for future weapons. For now, however, I continued fighting everything I came across until it eventually became nighttime, so I climbed a rock arch and waited out the night. Now, when it was morning, I ran back to the Drakkar, emptied my pockets, and then with my confidence way too high, I decided I was going to take on the charred fortress. And this fortress had one of the most convenient spawned rocks I've ever seen.
Dude, this rock actually... I've never seen the rock mesh of the fort before. That is sick. Charred fortress, yeah. Dude, I've never seen this. This is awesome. Alright, this is going to make it a lot easier to take this fort. Let's take out these spawners. I don't think they can get me up here. Or at least I hope not. Alright, that's one spawner done. Nice. Oh, there's a scug. I'll take that out quickly. Where's that other spawner there? I better quickly take out that spawner. Oh, bro, there's got the spot of... Yeah, man. He's got 6 spot. Asken. Not bothered one single bit. Shoot this Asken who seems to be stuck. Nice. Oh no, hang on, there's still one more.
Now with the monsters dealt with, I looted the fort and then dug underneath the center tower itself, where I could then go and loot the bell fragments that I would need for the boss spawn, as well as any gems inside.
Alright. We have 2 bell fragments now. Nope.
I then ran back to the Drakkar, or at least I thought I did.
Gotta go. Stop panicking. Yep. Nope.
See, I ran the wrong direction and got lost, so I just climbed a ruined tower and once again waited out the night.
I have no idea where I am, if I'm honest. Far up does this go?
In the morning, I floated down and sprinted in the direction of where I thought the boat was. Unfortunately, I was right. Now, remember earlier when I said I beached the Drakkar and said it would be a problem for me at a later time? But that time was now. You see, I spent the next 8 minutes doing everything I could to try and unbeach it.
I'm definitely not moving. Which is a little bit of a problem. I need to be careful because I can't be in the water for too long because I will start taking damage and die pretty quick. Get out, man. What if I try... Oh, man. Does that help? Maybe if I just like spin back and forth, it'll eventually release me, you know? Oh, wait, maybe if I'm long enough, yeah? If the boat's long enough to actually hit the rock, it might actually bounce me off whatever it is that I'm on. And now, is that enough to get me? It's a problem. Guys, this is a problem. Oh, we even have the wind. Oh. No. We made it 3 feet.
Oh, eventually I got it free and sailed back to the outpost.
Yes. Yes. All right, we're not going back in there again.
I then emptied my pockets and the Drakkar into the chests, repaired, and went back in. And I just rinsed and repeated that over and over again for hours to get as much loot as I could. Explored as far as I dared, searching for the boss arena and more charred fortresses. And after a stressful while later, I found the boss arena, which is awesome, but I'm a long way from fighting the old Emerald Flame.
Is this one? Ooh. We found fire to spawn.
So I continued my expedition, which is where I was still looting anything that I could find, however was prioritizing celestial feathers from fallen Valkyries, as I'd need them for weapons and upgrades.
Hey guys, there's something's coming. I don't know why. I don't know what his problem is, but you know. I'll let them deal with it. That thing didn't even last 5 seconds. It literally came in here and then popped. What?
A few hours later, I came across another charred fortress, which I was clearly excited to see.
Oh, sorry.
Didn't mean to yawn. It's been a very big session. What have you been fighting? We got a fortress. Ah! Yeah, I should probably have a shield. Anyway, I then set off dealing with the hostiles on the outside of the fortress first so I could have an easier time getting in it, which I fortunately had some help from a short king. He unfortunately didn't make it.
Did he die? Yeah, he died.
Oh. So in revenge for our fallen short king, I decided I was going to claim this fort and everything inside it for myself, and totally not because I was greedy and wanted the loot. So I set about the most cursed way of taking the fort that I could think of without a battering ram, because a ram requires effort and I'm lazy. But because I'm persistent, I elevated myself high enough so that I could shoot flaming balls of death inside, destroying or taking out most things before jumping myself and gliding all the way in, where I set about finishing off what was left.
Oh, there's quite a few of you still.
I then dug my way under the tower again and looted everything inside. Now I continued this trend of exploring and fighting, where I would discover another fort.
Stop moving. Did that just spawn in or something? I was just looking that way and... Oh, one of them. I'm gonna deal with the spawner and then I'll deal with that.
And at this point, you know the deal. Elevation, rain flaming balls of happiness down on everything inside, float over, finish off everything inside, dig a hole, and then loot. At this point, I had all of the bell fragments and gems I needed, so I continued exploring and fighting for loot until eventually I slowly made my way back to the Drakkar and sailed back to the outpost, as I had gathered a huge amount of resources over the last 16 hours of recording. Yeah, this was a long recording session. Now, after an exceptional parking job where in my tired state, I proceeded to talk way too much about the park I just made.
You know what? The fish just got air. Anyway, that is about as precise of a park job as I'm gonna do in this game. Look how narrow that is. I can literally walk. I can't walk between, but you know what I mean. Like,
I then repaired everything and inspected all of the loot that I'd gathered. I then finally went to sleep in real life because my brain was cooked. Anyway, now I have all of the loot that I would need. So I loaded up the Drakkar, which is when I saw a deer on the wharf. I then tried to get the deer inside the base, but it didn't work out. I'll be honest, that's probably best for the deer. So with the Drakkar filled to the brim and my pockets full of loot, I then set sail for home, which took a insanely long time, as the Drakkar is stupid slow when it has no wind. And because I have the worst luck, I would often have no wind. Also, for those of you who are wondering why I'm sailing back home, I'm doing that because I want to craft all of my new armor and weapons, do upgrades on them, and do some farming. Now, I've actually made a bit of a mistake here, and if you've noticed, well done, you get a gold star. But if you didn't notice, that's okay, I'll explain. The reason I'm sailing back to do this and not doing it down here is because all of my eater is back at the home base, and I need it to craft everything. Now, if you remembered from before, I transported all of my linen down to the Ashlands outpost, as I was planning on doing the crafting down there. However, I had forgotten about this, and it will bite me in the backside later. The second mistake I made is I have vine berries in my inventory, not vine berry seeds. This is a problem because I can't use the berries to grow more, and I think I just discarded the seeds from my inventory earlier, and being tired, I just didn't realize. This is a problem I will notice later. However, for now, I am blissfully unaware as I slowly sail home while watching YouTube on one of my other screens. So after an unodinly amount of time later, I finally made it back to the home dock, where I immediately discovered a problem. Eventually, I overcame said problem and ran back home, where I grabbed some wood and set about extending the dock so that the Drakkar would be able to reach it. I then loaded up the cart and transported everything back home. Once back home, I loaded up all of the smelters with the flame metal ore and started smelting them into bars, which allowed me to unlock some new upgrades. After that was done, I ran off to the Black Forest to hunt down some trolls for the trophies, and I'll be honest, they really didn't want to drop any. Now, while out and about, I came across an old copper ore mine and mini outpost I built a long time ago, after which the troll massacre continued.
Finally. All right, let's head back.
I eventually had what I needed. However, it was nighttime and seekers now spawn here at night, so I didn't want to run around looking for home, which is when I found another old copper ore mine and outpost, so I spent the night there. In the morning, I followed the path back home, where I then crafted myself the new staves that I would need. I also upgraded them to their maximum level, as well as upgrading my existing staves. Now, at this point, I realized I had forgotten the linen. I haven't said it yet, but you can tell that I just realized.
I'm not sailing back for that linen. I'm going to go pay a visit to some fuelings.
Anyway, I decided that instead of sailing back to the Ashlands outpost, which would be the logical thing to do, I instead decided that I was going to go and raid a bunch of fueling villages for flax, as I thought that would be more fun. Which, to be fair, it would be. So I loaded up on some items and then decided I was going to take the carve, as I couldn't be bothered dealing with the Drakkar's turning circle. And even though the car is slow, it was fun to sail again.
Holy man, this thing turns fast.
So I set off for the plains where, as usual, a sea serpent tried to eat me.
You ain't catching me, man. I'm too quick.
Eventually, I stopped off at another old outpost, which was the swamp one where I spent the night. The next day, I continued sailing to the plains where I arrived not too long later. I then made landfall, where I proceeded to be the fueling's worst nightmare, and using my 2 new staves, I began raiding every village I could find, massacring the inhabitants in various different ways, and then stealing their loot and flax. I think I'm the monster now, guys.
Yeah, this is an inhabited one.
Whoa!
Get him, guys. I wonder if I can bust out this pillar with like one troll. That's how you farm some stone. Oh, there's seekers. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I'll give you a friend to play with. I can't see anything. It's very foggy, but I have two of my flaming trolls fighting stuff. Cool, lots of flax.
Anyway, after the plains had been depopulated due to the use of my magic, I jumped back on the carve and sailed home. And a while later, I arrived at the dock, parked the carve, and then ran back to base. And with all the flax in hand, I started turning it into linen, which took a really long time. So I built 2 more spinning wheels and sat down, waiting for it to finish. Eventually, it was finished and I had the linen I needed. So I crafted and upgraded my new magical robes, being the Embler set. Now with all of my gear on and looking pretty sweet if I do say so myself, I grabbed all of my gear and treasure as well as items that I would need to build a longship, and then ran down to the dock where I placed said longship and then sailed it out to the Bogwitch. The reason I built a new longship is because the carve is really slow, I'll be honest, and my mental health just couldn't stand another 2 hours at sea. Anyway, I ran over to the swamp and ran over to the Bogwitch where I said hi to a grey dwarf, just chilling out.
Yo, it's good, man.
I then bought a bunch of cured squirrel hamstring so I could make some more ratatosk potions. I then ran back to the longship and sailed back home. A short while later, I pulled off a sweet boat drifting park and then ran back to base where I instantly took fall damage since I no longer had my feather fall cape.
Ah, keep forgetting they don't float anymore.
I woke up the next day to an unwanted visitor at my front door wanting to tell me about their Lord and Savior. Oh. I dealt with it pretty quick, as this may not be America, but like Texas, I don't like people on my property, or in this case, giant bugs. Anyway, I then went and upgraded my cooking area with some rolling pins and cutting boards, which would unlock all of the new Mistland foods that I would need. After inspecting what food I would finally want for the final boss fight, I crafted some ratatosk meads and then got them fermenting. Next, I crafted some more rails around the stairs and high places in the base, as I'm stupid and will probably fall to death in my own base now that I don't have a feather cape anymore. And if you've watched my past Valheim videos, you know this will definitely happen if I don't stop myself now. Anyway, I then built some hanging wall plants in the farm for the vine berries I wanted to grow for the new food, which is where I realized my past mistake of having berries on me and not seeds. Yeah, I was pretty depressed here.
Okay, I just realized a mistake that I've made. I have vineberry clusters. I don't have vineberry seeds. Did I not?
As I said, I'm pretty sure I dropped the seeds for something shiny and not realizing that I actually needed them. So with no other option for me, I changed my boss power to motor for better wind while sailing. I then loaded up the Drakkar with stone that I'd need for the boss fight, and then made the very long sail down to the Ashlands outpost while refraining from turning my PC off and ending the challenge here. 8 business days later, I arrived at the Ashlands outpost where I unloaded the stone into the storage chests. I then sailed back into the Ashlands, dodging the stone spikes and dealing with devil pigeons and bone moors, eventually making landfall where I then ran around the Ashlands collecting as many vine berries and seeds as I could while trying to avoid being turned inside out by the monsters in the area. Now, eventually I had a decent amount of berries and seeds, so I sailed back to the Ashlands outpost, repaired my gear, and then sailed on the longship back to the home base, because if I had to make that trip on the Drakkar again, I was going to go and fight a crocodile in real life. A while later, I arrived back at the home dock where I parked the longship and then ran back home where I planted the vine berries and started fermenting some stamina potions. I then cooked all of the food I needed because it turns out that I collected so many berries, I didn't even need the seeds now. Anyway, I then started transporting potions, foods, and more stone to the longship. And with the longship and my pockets full of everything I would need for the boss fight, I then made the trip back to the Ashlands outpost again. An hour and a half later, I was back at the outpost where I unloaded the longship and then loaded the Drakkar up with as much stone as it could carry. I then sailed back to the Ashlands. I then got the boat beached again while approaching the Ashlands mainland. How am I... And again, I decided it would be a problem for me later. So I ran over to the Fada boss fight where I began raising the ground around the arena, essentially creating a big earth wall encircling it. Now the reason for this is so I can fight Fada inside without having other monsters wander in and try to wear my skin like a coat, essentially interfering with the boss fight. And before you say I'm cheesing the fight, no, I'm not. I will be inside the arena with Fada and won't be leaving it. If anything, this actually makes the fight more difficult as I have less room to maneuver and dodge his attacks. Anyway, after only a couple of minor incidents... What's that? Oi, you throwing rocks at me? I finally finished my work and now I had an earth wall that 100% would prevent any monsters from getting onto it. That I wasn't expecting. You're not supposed to be able to get up there. Okay, maybe 99%. Anyway, I then spent a while getting the Drakkar unbeached and sailed back to the outpost where I was raided by some ghosts. But because I'm a professional ghost hunter, it wasn't an issue, so I waited it out in my panic room. I then went and loaded up on all of the food and potions that I would need, dismantled the Golda table and one of its upgrades as I was taking it with me to the fight so I could repair my gear if I needed to. I then sailed into the Ashlands to finally face Fada, the boss of the Ashlands, and the last obstacle between me and freedom from this Odin-forsaken challenge. Again, I dodged the spikes, bone moors, and dealt with the angry pigeons, where I eventually parked the Drakkar, being careful not to beach it this time. This is also when I had a bone moor try one last time to end my life. I then carefully made my way over to the area for the boss fight, and this was going to be a tough one. You see, he has a whole bunch of attacks, and each one can most likely one-shot me. He has a bite attack, a claw attack, a spin attack. He also breathes fire, summons heat-seeking meteors of death. He can summon a flaming circle of death. He also summons spikes of death. And finally, when he's at 50% health or lower, he spawns monsters to help him fight. But after hundreds of hours of gameplay, stress, sweat, and tears, he is all that stands in my way. So either he falls or I do. And with nothing else left to do, I ring the bells and summon the big guy in. All right. Anyway, my food's almost fully healed. My health is almost up. I've eaten all my food. That's everything I've got in my inventory. So I can craft stuff to repair stuff during the fight, which I could do during the Queen. There are all my levels. Take a good look at them, screenshot them, write them down if you want, whatever. We're gonna finish this hardcore run. Let's do it. Let me pop a shield quickly. All right, it's been a long time coming. A long time coming. Do that.
Alright, I'm gonna start the fight. I'm gonna start the fight with the troll staves. Let them keep them busy. And and then with the vines, I'll that's where the damage is gonna be. Alright. Let's go. Oh, perfect. Oh, it didn't. The animation was just out. That would have been so good. Oh. Oh, gotta move, gotta move, gotta move. Not good, not good, not good. Oh. Of course they're going after me. What's up, bro? Don't mind me, just come through. Ah, I just want to do a shield. Switch over to the high damage. Oh, I need to move, need to move, need to move, need to move. Good, it's not good, it's not good, it's not good. Damn it. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. That hurts. It's gonna do some damage. How much damage did it? Oh, not much. Okay, never mind. It didn't do that much. So you need to be mindful. Oh, now he's summoning. This is where it actually gets tricky. Alright, he's 50 HP now. Damn it. Ow! Hot, 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 hot. HP, HP, come back. Go on, Vine, get him. Look at that damage the one Vine does. Oh. That's gotta be damage. That's gotta be damage. Oh, look at that damage. That's why I love the vines, man. How's that armor looking? All right, the fire is chipping away at our armor, but we're gonna be fine. Ooh, my HP. Run. Oh. I got 3 out. Go on, 3. Do some work. We've almost got him, man. Alright. Go on, Vines. Hit. Damn. Far out. Oh, I need stamina. That's not good. Far out. We get it right on the edge. There we go. Go on, Vine. Hit him. Get him, Vine. One more. Let's go. We've done it. I just gotta deal with these guys. Oh, you know what? Fireball. Oh. Oh. We did it. We did it. Skills are still number 1. Still number 1? Skills are still full. And I'm not leaving you guys hanging. I'm not leaving you guys hanging, yeah? Skills still full. We just beat Farter. And it's all gonna be in 1 cut, so you guys don't lose it. 1 life Fred. Hardcore.
Guys, we've done it. A year. That's literally how long this has taken. A year. And just like that, Fada has been defeated and this challenge is at an end. Not really. I still need to get back home to hang his trophy. So I run back to the Drakkar, sail back to the outpost, repair everything, jump back on the Drakkar, and make the last trip home. And I'll be honest, this trip was a huge relief. This challenge took me a whole year to do, and a lot happens in a year. So many times I almost quit this challenge just because it took so long. It was a huge grind, and I'll be honest, I'm really glad I didn't quit and that I stuck it out. Playing on hardcore is a big challenge and really makes you play the game in a very different way to how you normally would. Anyway, with my self-reflection over, I parked the Drakkar one last time, ran back home, and hung up the final trophy. This has been a mission. What an absolute monster of a base. A beast of a challenge. But it's done. Finally done. This is taking me literally a year. I started this about this time last year. Started with Exir, the Elder, Bone Mass, Moda, whatever. Yagluth. I then ran out of storage on my PC, so I had to edit everything. And then Queen. Now Fada. Man. We're done. The Emerald Flame never relents. Yeah, right. Well, that has been Valheim Hardcore. We've done all 7 bosses. I have to double check to make sure it was. Yeah, all 7 bosses, which is every single boss, every single biome, the entire game up to this point. And thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. If you enjoyed the video, please consider hitting the like button and subscribing if you haven't already. I'll be giving Valheim a little bit of a break and we'll be doing some challenges in other games for the time being, at least until Valheim fully releases. Anyway, with that being said, I'll catch you in the next one. See you later.